camp. No maps of the highlands and or local tribes, only stories. And beaten path leads you by the garden beds of herbs and vegetables to an old yet not abandoned mine hidden behind a massive door made of steel. No hitching rail for the mount. Bearded skinny elder sits still on the bench observing you like a sculpture, with his legs crossed and fingers interlocked in his abdomen. Tied to you, and what about my horse? Keep it away from your garden. The worm's too stupid to understand me, would eat what's mine. Dismount and mention that your palfrey is no worm, but the man reprimands you with a thick accent. Let me see you whilst you speak. I can hear without magic, but I'll read your lips. He doesn't yell, but his voice reminds you of a combat instructor from the city. His face is wrinkled, but he sits straight, with beard and hair still carrying glimpses of a fair blonde. Stand like a worker, and his eyes are blue and piercing, as if they belong to an infant. And from here, and I will welcome a stranger in this refuge. Say what you're looking for and be gone. Say knowledge. I read about people like human rights tablets. Ponder upon his unusual vigor and unguarded garden. He may be a spiritual leader of a pagan community, most likely a spellcaster. Druids try to protect others from nature's wrath by teaching them to respect the laws of balance and restraint. Different tribes develop their own traditions, but you know that in this province, such priests prefer to be addressed as forest speakers. Explain who I am. What do you call him? The forest speaker. Lowers his head and closes his eyes, taking slow, deep breaths, forcing you to wait in silence. The elder has stolen long hair and beard that was let loose a long time ago. Sandals are covered in dust, and you spot dirt in his clothes and skin. The wooden tunic and linen were made with care, decorated with colorful threads at the collar and sleeves. Now the blues and greens have faded, and the fabric is held together by patches and stitches. He unfolds his hands and puts them on his lap, palms up. You know our customs, at least some of them. Those who know how to bow to the trees will never suffer from wild creatures. I wait for him to look at me. He stands up and approaches your palfrey. Without touching it, he observes its eyes, mane, stomach, and rear. Horson ignores this examination. The nose was right then. Asterion is dead, as are his plans. Such is the fate of all dreamers. Turns towards you with a grim look. Are you going to look for him? You nod. Why? If he's vanished into the fogs, there's no point in putting yourself in danger. What do you expect to find? It's a job, there is a reward then. Kind of danger he encountered, observing you carefully, and plan to get rid of this danger, maybe learn from Asterion's mistakes. Are you still thinking about leaving this land for good? Starts to chuckle. Only the right questions will bring you the answers. Lively steps, he heads towards the spring, washes his hands once again, forcing you to wait. Dictate the pace in conversation, put me in my place. Voice is warm, so can I help you? Met Asterion wanders among the garden beds from time to time, touching the leaves at hand. He was here more than once. He was the one to stand aside and let events play out by themselves. Villagers from the north are sometimes in need of my assistance. Asterion was serving them as a messenger. Bends down and tears away a small flowerless plant. Wanted to settle down among these roads and maybe to live freely. Had great plans and wanted to make this realm flourish, to rebuild the ruins, get rid of the brigands, and clear the trade route. Told him that the forest needs no more people, and that this realm is too wild to feed and clothe everyone. His greed and dreams have eaten him, and now he is no more. Pauses, and you can hear his heavy breathing, as if he's getting tired. Straightens up, and that's that, traveler. If you want to look for his shell, travel north, far north. People there should know where he is. Do that. Tell me about this place. Narai sees what there's to know. People found copper in a cave, and it's been abandoned for a long time now. So we turned it into a shelter to stay close to the sacred tree and its altar. We have servants, my wife and I. And this place is nothing more than a servant's house. Survive in this place all by yourself? Ray's voice makes him sound like a preacher. One day me and my wife will be but defenseless old people, but we've studied Numa and leaves for many decades. I heal wounds and illnesses of humans and animals alike. The beasts listen to our whispers. Holy seed that lets our shells wait for death and straying. About the peninsula? Ken, I lived here for almost a century and traveled both by the pass and through the wilderness. Voice becomes stronger and makes you think of a bard, but they will never be your guide or a teacher. And if there's anything I can wish for, it is that you will stay away from the woods. The creatures get angrier the more we take from them. They do not listen to our warnings, and one day they'll bury us under a storm of claws and fangs. There'll be no soul to spare a tear after us. His eyes are as harsh as a hawk's, making him look like a priest who hears a child asking for honey on the day of ceremonial fasting. Do not poke the hornet's nest, do not ride east, and never use the path that runs through the heart of this land. That road was meant to save time, but brings only death. Be a servant and an overseer. Do not try to bend this place to your will. Points at you and wags his finger after every word. Your will, anyone's will, is the key to danger and salvation. Share instruction in the line with my own thoughts. Sure. About some bandits. Strokes his beard but then grasps nervously. There are souls who steal from white marshes and village in the north. They would not dare to show up here. But those brigands are brute simpletons. Ever their leader, Galacia, listens only to force and will humiliate for the enjoyment of her band. He will never be afraid of some lost road warden. He lets go of his beard and lowers his head. She's drifted so far away from her old self, a kind bright girl from Gale Rocks, loved by her parents, but now do not cross her, or she'll find you. The altar near the crossroads in the north. He smiles. This is the tree that you should pay attention to, the true gift from the forest. It dances to our offerings and rewards us with its magnificent fruits. They heal both shell and soul and make anyone who eats them stronger than they ever were. We gather around this altar whenever the winter ends, and whilst it requires a painful sacrifice from all of us, it prepares one's soul for the future like nothing else could. Dabble a bit in herbalism. Still some one wood you grow here. Looks at you with a renewed curiosity and then rests at the wooden bench from where he glances at the pink flowers. Beer shakes as he tilts his head forward, wishing to help the wounded. I see a notable goal. Once his eyes turn toward your lips, you see a doubting, raised brow. It's a good season to pick their flowers and leaves, but you'd leave me with nothing but the bare stalks and the black tubers in the soil. And I quite like these tubers. You wish to take the oils away and take care of the rest. Alright, sure. Very well. Grab yourself a cloth from the bucket. Keep your knees from dirt. His stone has not a hint of light-hearted invitation. It's an order of a master addressing their pupil. Statement as undisputed as the color of the sky. Put away your belongings and grab both the cloth and the small spade that's placed next to it. As you prepare Horson to graze in peace, you notice a horned bear among the nearby trees just down the path. Completely ignores your presence, and as you're reaching for the axe, you hear a calm voice of the elder. Let the beasts drink in peace. They seek no harm. The minute or so, you place the cloth on the ground and kneel on it. Start by cutting away at the oily parts of the plants with your dagger and placing them in a wax-soaked linen cloth, hoping they'll stay somewhat fresh before the season ends. Stop caring about the way they color your fingers with green and pink. Don't have to be gentle either. After all, you plan to remove the wound warts in their entirety. Ben interrupts you before you start digging. I didn't expect there's many herbs growing in this city. You look at him and wipe your forehead with a sleeve. Gardens in the city. Nurseries probably he's not really gonna like. Gardens in the city, let's go. Gentle smile shows up in his face. I used to think Hoblabon is much more than its roads, walls, and tall houses. Heard there are no trees and shrubs left. Tell me, what did the humans there grow? You chit-chat with him for a bit, describing the herbs and vegetables that can fit in the pots and tiny scraps of lands. Stop the soil with the spade, getting to all the black rhizomes and roots you can find. The man tells you to leave the garden bed as it is, so you can add some animal dung to it. Got a small pile of yellowish worm-like tubers, still covered in dirt, not much longer than a finger and disturbingly twisted. Gesture the results of your work, but the man frowns and looks toward the pond. Forgot to wash them, herbalist. Carry the tubers to the bank. Close it to a tiny waterfall, stand across it and let the cool water do your job for you. In the meantime, washing your hands. A refreshing touch tempts you to take a sip as well. Finally, put the tubers on the bench, and the old man, without a comment, grabs one of them and puts it in his mouth, chewing with a hint of smile. The Mount just woke up from its short nap. Up in the village in the east, and I'm not willing to tell you that. Raises his chin and his beard shakes. That shameful tale ought to be kept in the past for the sake of the living. Tell me about the druids. Strokes his beard gently. I'll then share our past with the strangers, aware of the people of Howlersdale and of the land around it. But in the heart of the woods is quite dangerous. It has a long and dark past. Already caught many souls of its builders. It is paved with blood, and the last 10 years have revealed it was all for nothing since the days of. He glances at you, once again surprising you with how shiny and lively the blueness of his eyes is. Of grand discord, the tribes of this land are locking themselves in their fields and houses, too afraid to leave them behind, too untrusting to meet other souls unguarded. 'Tis not the first road to be claimed back by the wilderness, and will not be the last. Ask if he has any tips for you on how to survive such a trip, and he tells you it would be wiser to just avoid it. He then reaches to his pocket, grabs a leaf, and puts it in his mouth, chewing gently. That may take many past you, stranger, but cats are the one enemy that's both as dangerous in its stealth as in combat. No human can fight it alone. If you see one of them, and it's not too late, do not provoke it, make it wary, but not scared. Look big, talk a lot, seek its action in its eyes. Any job gear? Believe your goodwill, and I'm in need of your help. It gestures for you to follow him to the pond. It's not a dangerous task, but one that I cannot complete by myself, and my spells are not enough to ask animals to fetch for me. Speaks very slowly. The northern coast, you'll find Gale Rocks, village of fishers. One of them is in my depth, and I want you to collect what's mine. You want to ask him about this depth, but he doesn't look at you. He points at a shiny, large fish with orange and golden scales that is swimming just nearby. This gorgeous creature is an empress carp, one of the few animals that thrive both in the seas and in the lakes. Don't know where the man found the large worm that he now drops in the water feeding his pet. Go to that place and find Photius. His young father, a notion folk with scars in his neck, which he will hide. Ask for the male empress carp, but beware, I need it alive, so it can mate with the one I have. Stands up and approaches you. I do not sleep on dragon bones, but there's pneuma in my blood. I'll use some of it to heal your wounds, though no more than once, that's fair. Alright, sure. Glad. The Empress Carp we have keeps our water clean of leeches, at least as much as it can. One more would help us greatly. Place to rest is a little, probably too much to ask for. Don't need it right now, at least, so. Don't need it right now. So the Dolmen, you say? Actually make it there, I wonder. Maybe I should kind of take my time with this for now. Megabonk sold 1 million copies in 2 weeks. Holy shit, and the bonk is bonking there. Insane. They be bonking. That is indeed very impressive. Just like making something for funsies, just need to go viral, man. Easy. Just go viral. And get noticed. Done. The game plan. Simple as is. Well done taking notes. I'm just waking up. Just waking up his salt, man. Gotta wake up the salt. Careful. Careful. It's already making some insane 3D, you know, turn-based action stuff. Going for some massive things, biting more than he can chew, as usual. Not looking for easy paths, finding the dank ones only. Sultan and salt is always there. That's classic. That's classic. That's, you know, that's the Slavic nature talking, you know. You're always salty, dude. And that's how we are. That's how we are. Different type of Slavs, but you still recognize the familiar way of life. It's the boss leading to the sea. I kinda still want to do the roadie though. The roadie. Doesn't take the binge drinking. Too healthy for that, dude. Should be a path here too, I guess, right? Might be kinda dangerous though. Let's make out a path though. Don't have been on the southern road. Guess could kind of dig this one. And then go rest. I have 2 coins now to pay for the quality rest, I guess. Maybe not. Can do now is turn back. Ah man, what did we want? What did we need for this one? Time waste. I was beaten free of litter. Notice passed between the fruit-bearing trees on your right, and soon after that you ride alongside the vast fields of broad beans, and almost ready for the second harvest of the summer. But there are green hemp plants, taller than you are, waiting for a sight of sickle. Locals keep beasts at the distance, I guess. Horses' hooves thump loudly on the beaten track. Green bushes, shrubs, and trees prove that the soil here is fertile, yet the plants don't overgrow the road. These crossroads might be busy at times, maybe even patrolled. In the distant west, you see a mountain peaks dividing the lowlands from the ocean. A road east leads toward the hills behind which there are unusually tall dark trees. It's a dense forest in the north from which you hear the croaking of toads. The last path is already known to you. By the signpost. 2 planks attached to a single post, both of them nailed with rusty steel. The lower sign is divided in 2 halves. Left edge is engraved with 4 simple shapes, squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. The other edge bears 2 engraved piles, one of them made of horizontal rectangles, the other of inexact circles. Letters between these 2 piles say stone. The upper plank is covered with the white word monastery, though it's divided in half, and right below it is an engraved vertical rectangle with an hourglass inside it. Let's see. The long plank attached with the rusted iron nails is almost empty and bears no words, only a single picture painted with great care. Portraits a city-like gate with a watchtower to its left and right, and a couple of small conifers growing beside and partially behind the towers. Attached with nails made of pointy carved bones and divided into 3 sections covered with small engravings. Part on the left has 3 large squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. Wait. Oh, no other pictures or words. The one in the middle has only 1 square, but also a simple horizontal symbol of a fish and a short word beneath. It spells salt. The image on the right has 2 roofed squares, but also 2 other images which you recognize easily: a deer and a standing barrel. Subathon goes back. Green, blue, and white paint that portrays simple squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. Each square has a large letter inside it. Together they spell Howlesdale. Both the pictures and letters are not too old. No other words or marks. Plank was attached with a set of wooden wedges. Search the area. I think it doesn't help. Notice the remains of berries and pears, but most of them are already rotten, spread close to the wooden stools at the side of the road. Nearby creek is not impressively deep, but the beaver dam, for some reason taller than you are, makes it wide and waters the surrounding soil. A few steps away from the southern signpost, you find something sticking out the shrub. It's a moist plank covered by fungi. You try to move it with a stick and a gloved hand. The minute or so, you confirm it's an abandoned sign covered with green letters and colorful pictures of flowers and trees. Steep house, you read with difficulty. Did the old sign needs to be attached? Southern post is the only one with the holes left by nails. Look at destroyed sign. Search area some more. Alright, seems kinda old. There is to it. This one is gonna be a way to dank. Points of the road lead uphill, some downhill. Forests are lush but not too dark. Few foraging deer and boars keep their distance, and the birds are disinterested in your presence, singing cheerfully and preening their feathers. Sounds of an ongoing hunt reach you from the east, but none of the nearby creatures seem bothered. You get farther north, the colorful meadow reveals tall hills on the other side of the stream, but the road leads through a valley. The gentle plume of smoke coming from one of the mountains in the west. Doesn't look like a place on fire. There's a settlement in the mountains. At least a gentle creek filled with the buzzing of flies, mosquitoes, and gnats. I don't spot any critters among the tall meadows and tree branches or rocky slopes. Seeing the shapeless dark vortex of wings, hoarse and snores. Currently on the southern bank. Protective ointment. We'll look for a different route there. Plants barely squeeze between the hills and no signs of settlements or game trails. The grass is too tall and dense to allow you safely ride through the wilderness. I want to reach the other bank without entering the swarm. Doesn't sound like a good idea here. They just return. Could wrap myself up, fine. Longer than you would hope for, but you managed to cover yourself with an armor of at least 3 layers of linen, leather, wool, or hemp. Under your eyes, and single finger remained without cover. Get closer to the fort, countless creature beset you, making you instantly shut your eyes, and striking the clothes covering your open mouth and hitting your shell like a squishy buzzing hail. Ride forward blindly, trying to get out of there as fast as you can, but the insects stick with you for another few minutes. Red marks on your fingers start to burn slowly. Horsen swishes its tail angrily as it turns its head to its left, observing you with one reproachful eye, pinning its ears back. Look around to make sure nothing will try to jump on you, and once you decide you're safe, you take off the suit. As you find an easier way to protect yourself, the insects will keep slowing you down. Getting already kinda late, kiddo. This time is surrounded by yellow meadows, and trees on your left get sparser, while the few lonely birches on your right still bear the signs of tamping, marked with knife cuts, tied with cords. Some of them still carry wooden vessels, as if they were simply abandoned, maybe last spring, maybe before that. Few of the trees are already dried out, and the winds managed to knock them down. As you get closer to the crossroads, the ground gets muddy. The beaten path avoids the wetlands as much as it can. Screeches and hisses mix with the buzzing of insects, and as you reach a small pond, there are signs of blood in its bank. The air is moist and heavy and has a hint of rotten meat to it. Still be early, but it's better to avoid the bogs when nighttime approaches. Such places rarely have fine roads. The bogs darker than forest, local creatures start their hunt up to an hour earlier. And Monka is... Trees and bushes sparse here, growing from the barren grassland. Some of them bear late summer fruits. A group of wayfarers is spread around the broken signpost and the abandoned cart. Skinny but healthy, and now standing upright. Wearing humble dim gambesons on top of their hemp tunics and pants, all of them worn. In some cases undyed, while others are dark green or brown. 4 of these individuals wear cloaks, carry lanterns, and are armed with spears, bows, and stone maces. On their necks, wrists, and belts, he spots small talismans, fangs, bones, wooden hands, wooden beads, and leather straps. Also, the 5th figure, standing a bit in the back with lowered shoulders. Unlike the others, they are hooded and in such a manner that you doubt they can see anything other than their boots. Clothes are shabby, torn, but your eyes mostly run on their club. The bow, as long as its owner, is tall and as thick as a leg, resting with one end on the ground. Get closer and the person raises the weapon with just one arm, but another traveler gestures for them to stop. And they do so right away, freezing in place. Zombos. Of sorts. The man behind the gesture doesn't approach you, just nods. Bogs aren't safe for us, by even less a stranger. It's even fall and far from roofs. Better keep moving, you'll find an inn soon. Try to digest his thick accent. He's broad-shouldered with a large belly, but the scars on his face sculpt an image of someone who's earned their share of food with many skirmishes. Doesn't reach for his weapon and pushes one of his companions closer to the cart. She kneels by an empty box and looks inside it. Man observes you with little curiosity, holding his lantern high in the air. Did he help? Makes the Noi grimace. Not really. It's timber sickening, moldy and wet. We are checking on the place, but seems a bad year for it. He looks at his companions, simply shrug and spread to take a look at the cart, all but the one with the bow, who doesn't move an inch. Can I say I have time to loaf? If questions, ask, but be quick. Don't put us to sleep. What's up with this one? He smiles, but you notice that the others keenly observe you. Nothing is up. They're keeping us safe. That's an impressive club, eh? Under the man now turning over a moldy plank with his boot giggles. One way to put it, they're numerous strong. From around here? Very much so. And you're new to these roads, and you know our home? Maybe. I think the name of the village is... Oh, that was... let's see... probably. Need to get that. Well, not exactly near the marshes though, right? Actually, it could be though. Straightens up, true, it's there. Looks at the crossroad leading east. I thought it's already forgotten, but you're clean here. Got it right then. A day of stream tomorrow too, indeed. Absolutely. Absolutely. And if it will be a little more, just a little more, it's gonna be not just tomorrow, it's gonna be a massive one tomorrow. The long one, the long boy. What do we have there? 72. Almost like 83 and 3. And then another 12. So 90, 95.5. 95 and a half hours we have. So if we get to 100, that's gonna be a 24-hour tomorrow. The non-stop one. The non-stop one. Let's need a little bit more. And we good. And we good. Just a bit more. Gonna reach you, White Marshes. It's not so hard. If you have bones or food with you. Right down the road, turn left and take a gift to Thyrsis at the warden of our peat fields. He'll open the creepers for you. A gift to Thyrsis. Seeing your look, he carries on down the right path. What? That'll take you to the village. Anything dangerous? Waterhide Saurians, don't let your horse drink, just stay on the road all the time. When the women chips in, don't follow voices or lights. Weird beasts lure humans into death, and don't touch the creepers. Place to trade them. Don't welcome any travelers, nor hope to see more of them, especially adventurers. And we need all of the lumber we cut. Herbs, I guess. What can you bring? Dragon bones, most likely. Pretends to yawn. Not too helpful. Merchants come to us maybe once a year, at least since things for a moment inside. We have most of what we need, other than iron, steel, bronze. Bring those. We'll welcome you. He then stretches out and gets closer to the signpost, using his spear as a walking stick. Well, stay safe, stranger. Raises his voice and addresses his companions. Wasted too much time on fraught time to get back. Others prepare their own weapons and join their guide. The one with the bow stays silent until a gentle gesture commands them to follow. Keep up with the rest of the group, dragging the club behind themselves with remarkable strength. The wetlands behind. The pebble road runs through the hillside with tall grasses and rock spaces above you, and dark lush forest below. Chunks of this path were shaped by human tools, who knows how many centuries ago. To widen it, the builders dug through the uneven boulders and used rocks and logs to fill up the cavities with thousands of rocks, each one smaller than your fist. You have a good view of what's happening between the trees on your right. Bushes and shrubs grow so densely between them that you can't imagine entering these woods on your own. Farther south, there are plumes of smoke. Settlement, most likely. Though a hill, you reach a stone wall, quiet place with no smoke coming from behind it. Look inside and see the glimpse of a peaceful ruin. The main road is beaten and easy for hooves to trod. The destroyed gate and the remains of the front yard have almost been reclaimed by the short grasses. Seek any suspicious movement, but the place seems to be free of inhabitants larger than a falcon. Air is fresh and the wind shakes the tree crowns gently. Hamlet could be a hunter's shelter, a military outpost, or a storehouse for traders, but you spot no fresh human trails. Damaged door and gate are years old, soggy and moldy. And judging by the squirrels, birds, and animal feces you see in the grass, this place is but a part of the wilderness. Roof collapsed only a few years back, turning into food for mushrooms. Outer wall looks generations old, but it used to be maintained. Some of its materials came from different times and areas. Well, the time, dude. Enter the building. Simple chamber with no furniture that would explain its purpose. A fireplace is buried beneath the roof. Inspect the walls made of hundreds of small rocks dressed with chisel. Trash is heavy from moisture. You push it with your boot, but starts a commotion among gray, disoriented bugs. Removing the rubble would take some effort, but for now it doesn't look like there is anything of value left behind. With enough wood, a group of builders could restore this hamlet in just a few days. Hear rustle coming from the backyard. Look through the crumbling wall and notice the movement of a reddish fur, not a tall creature. Prepare my ox. Touch calms you down. Sounds of animal steps are careful and light. Behind the building, Chaos sparks right after you approach the tree stump. The dusk fox's growls sound like a mix of an obnoxious bird and an infant. One of the animals, standing only a few feet away from you, is jumping and showcasing its tiny sharp teeth and the raccoon-like black mask on its little head. The animal with a thick brownish-gray fur seems more stout than any red fox. Second loud creature jumps onto a table made of hollow trunk. Unlike the first one, has a brighter golden fur. Blends one of its forelegs, observing you with its dark eyes. Not furious nor scared, rather sad and protective. The growl turns into miserable whine. Beasts are not even a waist high, but their number may be an issue. See another sound coming from behind you, and even more from the bushes nearby. 5 ahead. Time to judge the situation clearly. Quick glance and memorize your surroundings. There's 3 large creatures in your proximity. Third one is right behind you, and while loud, it's lumbering on its paws. Noises from the bushes belong to little pups, most likely harmless, though they are doing their best to imitate their guardians. Sharp senses allow you to react right away. Behind me is weaker than the others. I run for it, past the weaker folks and run toward your belongings. Encouraging the beast to chase you all the way to the gate as they growl with determination. For now, they stay in the shelter, filled with pride. The horse and take a few steps away. To get rid of these creatures, can we, I wonder? Search your bundle. Potion to help me there. Axe is enough. Axe in hand, you enter the hamlet. Dust foxes react right away, seeking new positions. They try to keep you in the front yard. Lumbering beast is running to your right, clinging to the wall, hoping to repeat his attack from behind. The golden one jumps on tree stump, growling to you as it lowers its head. The last one seems to be the bravest, remains in constant movement, pretending to attack you, then moving back. Top stays far behind. Alright, sure. With the initiative, keep moving, cut whenever I have a chance. All my strength, let them get closer. I need to cut only a few times, but for good. I land the Gambit on, probably gonna take some damage there. Most likely. Now we can go cut a few times, but for good. Good, keep moving probably. Ray Fox doesn't wait for you to land a hit. It nimbly dodges your charges, luring you deeper into the yard. You stumble over a branch. Regain your balance, teeth are already sinking your leg. Shake the creature off, only to get hit by a golden one. Now clinging to your armored shoulder with his claws and reaching for your neck. Thankfully, he's strong enough to grab it and throw it away, making it hit the wall with an unpleasant thud. Something bites your hand, and without even looking at the beast, you cut it with an axe. Heavily wounded, but also furious, and your anger makes the suffering beast back away. They see a raised blade and wait no more. Stronger two run for their pups, grab them by their necks, and keeping their distance, carry them to the hole in the wall near the bare tree, then get through with the confident jumps. Before the lumbering one disappears into the wilderness, it gives the pack's shelter one last glance. Got them. Can you now do the look around and everything? There probably was something there, huh? Like a backyard, huh? Didn't say there was anything really though, that's the problem. Is it even all worth? Family from their home, feels bad, man. Took some damage though. Something on there. Use your cat to use their lumber to this very shelter to carry them away. Stumps already reclaimed by the fungi and bugs. It's one trunk that was split in half horizontally, now serving as a table. What about the table? Hammond's corners seemingly served as an outside dining area, maybe a spot to play games and rest. Table made from a trunk, stumps turned into seats, and even an old wooden cup. Now all these things are getting overtaken by bugs and fungi. Spot is also not overgrown by grasses. A beaten path leads in two directions, toward the bushes and a large tree stump. Toward the hamlet entrance. Bushes. Started bushes growing in the front yard. Too tired to remove. Alright, I see. Finding anything unusual about them, but you stop for longer. Those growing just next the rock face. Spot here smells with urine, and as you move the leaves away, you find a dark cave behind them. Can't say for sure what it hides, but you can hear no water or draft. Wild plants are healthy. Yeah, we need to seek shelter here, really, though. Clean up the mess. Required vitality again. Seek shelter. Dangerous to stay there. Monka is... Yeah, we need to return to this then. Seems like there is something good. We'll make it. Squeeze between the hills and the forest. On the larger beasts, you spotted a single saurian basking on a boulder, lazily observing you from a safe distance. Your ears catch the howls coming from the north, long and loud, and as you keep an eye on the rock ledges, almost miss the drastic shift in the landscape. Forests turn into lake, and the few plants growing next to the road mostly bear fruit. Road is not as reliable here as it was in the hills. Parts of it are a bit muddy, and the puddles disturb your ride. Because maintain it before it gets swallowed by the lake. Deep loud yells of howlers piercing your ears, concealing any other sound in the area. Sitting on branches and in the tall grass, not really trying to hide them. Thick black and gold furs covered their entire shells, aside from the charcoal black faces with roundish, flat noses and wide nostrils. The younger members of the pack are about the size of your mount's head, but the larger ones would be chest high if it wasn't for the fact they walk on all fours. Long tails are like an additional arm, helping them climb, hang from the branches, or hold food while they eat. Aren't particularly muscular, but when they form their pink lips into the shape of a cup to release their howls, their mouths are so wide they could fit your entire arm inside them. As you listen to the shouts, you reach for your head, and you feel a weird itch, but somehow you can't scratch it. Look at the hind behind the boulder. The whitish rawhide covers the grass like a blanket, surrounded by paw prints. Howlers don't wait for you to approach it when the larger one jumps on the ground, leaning on its hand and challenging you with its gaze, and rather blunt teeth. Yeah, too exhausted for this stuff. Alright, fine. We'll continue going, bro. Should probably go here. This would be like towards the village there. We'll find something at least. Lakeside's filled with the chirping of cicadas and crickets, as well as the roaring of beasts from the northern hills. Farther down the road, you see tall yellow grasses interwoven with flowers and bumblebees, while a peaceful of water shines just as much as the wings of dragonflies. Road is often traveled, and the clatter of hooves carries far. Thanks to the vast field of view, the creatures hiding in the meadows are unlikely to jump on an animal as large as Horsen. In the distance, you see a palisade and large building set on the side of a crossroad. As you get closer, you hear a conversation from behind the wall. Two men are arguing about if they really just heard a horse. Better ask for the directions. It carries you toward the open gate on its own, welcoming an opportunity to rest by pushing out the air loudly through its nostrils. Nearby wooden pen won't offer much space for a horse, but should be enough for grazing and a nap. As you dismount, two men get up from the front stairs. Clean-shaven faces reveal that they're in their early 20s. First one is taller than you, broad-shouldered, and wears light brown pants and darker jacket, both of them made of leather. With an inviting smile, he gets up and moves to open the enclosure. Steps are heavy and slow, but every movement is marked with care, ensuring he won't knock down anything or anyone. Second man looks as different from his colleague as the sun from the moon, unusually short and wears a heavy cloak made of black fur, so large it could cover his entire shell. He opens the door of the building, hides his hand, and peeks into the room. Foggy, voice is shrill and unconcerned. Messenger, come. Got some of the bundles, let my horse rest. Hanging barrel sways in the wind, marking the place as an inn or a tavern. building resembles a merchant's house from Hovlovan, whitewashed and with oiled elegant wooden beams. Fragile walls are high enough to avoid floods and snow, but you have no doubt that a troll or even a peddler could easily break through them. The site is short, has hardly any support, and has no walkway for a crossbowman, hardly enough for even a makeshift hamlet. Yet it's the open harbor that makes you uneasy. Aside from the fish, any creature, aquatic or not, could just walk into the yard undisturbed. That is covered with paw prints and claw marks. Not even horsing outside during the night. Black and white bird swoops into the water, then flaps its wing and takes off with a silver, twitching creature in its talons. The large man clears his throat. And what have you here? Coming from a far friend. Are there now horses and howlers? The voice is stentorian, close to a shout. I vaguely recognize his accent as one found at the city harbor. A joke. Far away indeed, can't see it from here. Puts his hand to his forehead and pretends to look out for something about the lake, but I do see well enough. The city hides in your voice, a long way you had. Hear heavy footsteps. A woman shows up in the doorway and looks at you from the top of the stairs. It's even more towering and stout than her son, a man who just welcomed you. The massive chest and a pear-shaped face with a prominent chin. Movements are composed and confident, maybe older than 50, with a mixture of gray and dark blonde hair. Has only one arm, the left one, notably muscular and with a hand so large it could likely chop off Horsten's head with a single strike, or crush yours like a berry. Through the slit of her robe, made of creamy worn fur, you spot her trunk-like legs. Runs her eyes over your blade armor and mount. Lips form into something of a smile, distorted by the scar that runs through her mouth. Tall guy looks a lot like her. Spreads his arms, forming a chain between you and her. Meet Foggy, friend. Ma, their rider has come to us from Hovlovan. Such long way. Powerful voice turns timid and he keeps turning his head from left to right and back. I bet you're hungry, I. Man looks at him with amusement and glances at your palfrey. If you're after food, I hope you know how to hunt. The land here is barren for us, but it's a feast for boars, squirrels, and sparrows. Vaguely stretches out her only hand. Brings you to Foggy Lake, love. Just stopping by. Her voice is hoarse, like that of a traveler who spent too many autumn nights in cold tents, yet carries a hint of bodily concern. Spellbound behind and head towards the stairs. I won't find another shelter in this part of the Dragon Woods, especially not in creeks. Scratches her broad chin with sausage-like fingers. Have you drink? Why not? Good company. That's what I like to hear. A brief, powerful laughter is enough to scare away the birds from above the lake. Mount lets out a fearful snort. Let's not wait then. Come, dear. Share a story with me and the bug. Without waiting for your response, she walks inside. The old man takes a deep breath. Go ahead, we'll take care of your horse. Encourages you with a gesture. By what that he means, we won't do anything with it, adds the man in black firm. Whatever his screechy words follow the deep voices of his companions, he sounds like a brat. Won't be feeding or washing beasts that aren't going in a stew, but we'll keep an eye on it. They find a new spots to rest, the side of a boat and a stool near the palisade. Go up the stairs. They plan to join us. Large man chuckles. Don't have any guards. We need to stay sharp. No drinking, no leaving valued possessions behind. He nods towards your horse. We'll feast in winter when we get a break from this place. A narrow segmented window shutters let in a lot of light without letting the beast inside. The air is humid but carries not a hint of putridity. Heels of Foggy's boots make her steps thunder even though the planks don't creak. Make yourself at home, she says without looking at you, heading to the trapdoor in the corner. I'll just grab a little something. Ears catch the screeches of hunting birds and the wind that leaks in through the windows, but other than that, the room is quiet. Just wait. And glance at the blood on the table, scattered yellow feathers, and a bowl of guts and talons. Find yourself a clean stool. Foggy shows up soon, smiling, holding 2 cups in her hand, a bottle in her fingers, and a cloth under her shoulder. Puts everything on the stool and wipes the table clean. Forgive the mess, just a part of the job. Explains without a hint of apology. Crowd address birds in the yard, but the blood lures beasts. Sometimes the folk from creeks bring us meals, but we need to take care of ourselves. Throws the bloody cloth back into the bucket, making a splash, then sits down on a stool, making it look like it was made for a doll. Rests her elbow on the table and look you in the eyes, and her voice is warm yet intrusive. So, who am I dealing with? Introduce myself. Bottle removes its seal seemingly by itself. The wax floats in the air briefly and then lands on the table gently. Without a word, she pours a thick liquid into the cups with her only hand, but doesn't offer you your drink just yet. Looking for a Styrian. Looks at you for a longer moment without the slightest movement. And why do you think he's here? I know where I can find him. Misunderstood you. Shakes her head and leans on the table. Don't know his whereabouts. Didn't tell me a thing more than I needed to hear. The fishki actually crashed and died accidentally. Coincidentally even. Right now. 1 sec, I can restart, but that's a whole process then. 1 moment. I will need to anyway. Might as well. What a beautiful up, dude. What a beautiful up. Fission just said no and left. It's gonna really get on the PC. If I save him, he's gonna probably kick me. 1 moment. Just need to start the fishgear. Gonna close the game for me here. Sure. The whole ritual, dude. The whole fucking ritual. Alright, fishgear is a wick. Need to restart the game, Come on. Faster. Alright, there we go. Alright, fiction back, all a back. Very good. Now, when's the last time you saw Styrian? Glanced at the window, same as the others in the late days of spring, waiting for his return beyond all the villages, and then moved on. No idea where he went. All of the villages, you say? Turns toward you with the fierceness of a bear. That's what I said. Do any jobs? Pressed her tongue against her cheek and lips. Well, I'm not sure. He was bringing me news, delivering my messages, and sold me some stuff, sometimes bought a thing or two. His life wasn't really that riveting, just another mug guzzler sitting in the corner patching his clothes. Still anything unusual? Stares at you without blinking. Such what? I found an unusual place. Such tales stay between me and my guests, as she nods toward the wall that separates you from the lake. This place may be open, maybe too open, but it guards secrets just fine. Sit on the hand across her stomach, which you identify as her version of crossing her arms. Customer and the errand runner, what they're to say. Additional questions don't get many more answers, and brings up the man's look and equipment without adding much to what you already learned from Tulia. Who was paying with dragons rarely bartered. That's what city folk do, seeking riches and then locking themselves in the chamber, prisoners of their might. Well said. Chuckle makes you think of a wolf's growl. So I'm especially bothered by his disappearance. See me as someone eager to make friends with the vagabond. I'll take it as a compliment to my skills as a tavern keep. Folks come and go, their faces disappear, friends die in my arms. Pauses, families fade away. There was a different road warden years ago, and there's another one now, but there is only one fogey in the north and one Elon that's slow a son of mine and one creaks. I have only so many tears to spare. Maybe, once our souls are too restless to stay quiet, but now go ahead and enjoy your drink. Raise the cup to your nose and smell flowers, yeast and hopes. A liquid is golden on the edges but resembles red amber in the center. It's as thick as an herbal medicament. You take a look at your companion seeking a hint of what's expected of you. In some places people gulp down their mead, but your vessel allows you to appreciate the aroma. A huge keeper smiles and takes a sip. You follow her lead, allowing the drink to pass your lips. It's warm, hiding none of its subtleties. Drinking mead is a never-ending conflict between holding the taste in your mouth and saving yourself from the tormenting sweetness of honey. Yet the flavors of flowers are just as present, too difficult to capture just yet. Foggy leans forward with an elbow resting on the table. Well, for me, it's a lazy evening. At least the rains spare us, so nicely holding off till the evenings. What's the story behind this place? It's our third summer under the roof of Foggy Lake. But the palisade is older and used to be a camping spot for the bird catchers from creeks, and there are fish here that don't swim in our streams. When we were but newcomers in the north, these lands were hard to bend, but the beasts got used to us with time. Melancholic rolls into her eyes as she observes the meat in her cup. Every year or so we added something new. The rocks for a campfire, some stools, a fence, a firewood shed, a boat. At one point we brought the lumber from White Marshes and built a cabin, like the one at the Eastern Road. More folks started resting here, even traders from Gale Rocks and Alpagas. A plenty fine spot for an inn, Smut is warm, building my home from nothing, you could say, and not for the first time. How about you? Does any of it sound tempting? Home is wherever I can find kind people. He chuckles. You can always find some folks who are somewhat kind some of the time, but all of them have their limits or bad days. Not a place to return to, they're missing out on souls and their stories. Looks you in the eyes with a motherly concern, or who knows, maybe you're different. Stay safe from the beasts. Quick legs, love. A brief yet thunderous laughter makes you flinch. Don't leave any food outside, but our cauldron smells. Every now and then something scary shows up. We lock ourselves in here for days if we have to. Our windows help us keep an eye on the yard. Better that than leaving a hamlet to goblins. Mention that having no wall from the lakeside is quite a risk. She nods in agreement and takes another sip. Don't bring children and old folks around. But this part of the peninsula is not so bad, at least in sunlight. Not much food growing or running around, unless you can live on fish and birds. The folks of creeks are great hunters, the greatest around. But isn't there a harbor in the city as well? How do you keep the creatures away? Now, let's see. The flying beasts that bother us mostly stay in the water. Chillin', one day we had such thing here. During our first summer, two adventurers got drunk and went to watch the lake after dark. We'll hide if anything shows up, they were saying. In the morning, the water was red and the rags were covering the rocks. The interesting beasts? Oh, I hunt for nothing, she smirks. Not since I lost my arm, and the boys outside are not made for it either. They've no drive to fight, you see, and grew up to be wimps. They sometimes club down a hare, but we are all about foraging and bird traps now. Folks in creeks do the real hunting, she adds after a pause. Runners, bufflons, rats, sometimes a buffalo or saurian. Have no soil for fields, so game meat is all we have left. Stretches out, getting even taller. Do you hunt often? won't find much game aside from rats and pigeons. It used to be the same in the capital. Kids taught on one another how to hit them with rocks. And we still eat those around here. Not much glory in easy kills, but they're better than bark. And brought you north? Once you burn enough dead friends and relatives, the clean tables start to look plenty tempting. She leans forward and takes another look at her bottle, sealing it with an approving nod. Ma and Pa were both big and strong. One time they saw me sitting on this kid, twisting his arms, so they started to teach me. Stealth duels, running, lifting barrels and rocks. Thankfully, the army chieftain said I wasn't disciplined enough. He rubs the scars on her forehead, so I did a lot of things. Escorted some merchants, joined a group of adventurers, hunted for bounties, and guarded the village temple. Lost memory makes your voice gloomy. Not all of these things make me proud of myself. Smells the meat in her cup, but doesn't take a sip. Moved here only after I lost my arm, when the folks were fleeing the invasion. Took my elan, a casket of dragons, and joined a more organized group. Arm or not, I still have a fierce punch. Lets out a pleased grunt. I was worth keeping around. Her voice can hide that she's delighted to carry on with her tale. Now that the years are catching up with me, and even more so with my back, I need to build myself a decent shelter. Crave no adventures, but I'm happy to hear stories from other restless souls. In the meantime, I'll practice this little trick. Points in the cauldron in the middle of the room and starts to make circles with her finger. The ladle mimics the movement, mixing the stew for another minute or two. That is also good for my back. Fogin is Foggy Lake. Tavern named after the lake. And the lake has no name. Moves her cup away and leans forward, resting her elbow on the table. Voice is playful, warm. But there will be stories about this place, believe me, and about passing by the lake while getting to Fogies. May not be a dragon slayer or a holy woman, but one way or another my soul will live on in my name, tied to these walls. Looks at you in silence, then bursts into laughter. Could swear she makes the jars shake. Plenty fine being vain. All want to be remembered. Pa used to say memories of ours live in the blood of our children, but guess what? Kids die as well. All my brothers and sisters gone. Pauses, but there is no sadness in her eyes. Stories have a better reach. We can tell each other about strangers who lived centuries ago. There's magic in that. Story about the arm. Not that really a good tucked right there. Leans back, moving her shoulders and chest up and down as if she's having a soundless chuckle. Not one I'm going to share with the newcomer, dear. Stay alive until next autumn. I'll open a cask of cold cider and tell you quite a tale. Has treason, treasure, monsters, and dark spells. But I'm way too sober for it now. Grabs her cup. Her wink turns into an awkward blink. Can move things with your thoughts? Chuckles. Why can't you? Know much about magic. Without a teacher, there's not much you can do. Grandparents used to be great mages, but not great enough to survive the plague. Scarred lips form a grimace. My mom got no talent from them. After a year of training, she was hardly able to move a feather by a foot. I always knew I had a strong Numa in my blood, but there was no soul there to teach me how to use it. She examines her cup. The ladle stops moving. Tried to figure it out by myself, but I may not have enough summers left. What's going to happen next? Build a real wall. Why not? Then grow my connections in the villages, buy more hard drinks, build another shed, a cabin even. Hire a private warden for these bros, for my guests. Sips from her cup, looking at you. But it's all in the distant future. We at Creeks need to take care of a eastern route, clear it for the traders. Without trade, all I have is the locals. They don't even use dragon bones. But why do you care, dear? I'm planning to stay around. It's for a few years. Smile would suit a bear. If you know how to use that axe of yours, you'll be more than welcome. On this side of Hag Hills, we need folks who can handle themselves, no matter if they're road wardens, mercenaries, or guards. Just not soldiers, she chuckles. To be into some expensive drinks? The pricey ones are gifts I received, or treasures I found when I was young. Also, both of you, I'd like to offer something unusual to the wealthier or more promising guests. Tills her cup, dabbled with some recipes myself, plenty of brewing tools, though I can name maybe half of them. Still, from ales to hard drinks, I had some successes. Salem rarely meet folks with that many questions. It gives you a warm look at what hides beneath them. Friends, don't we? Let's surrender her stomach. We do, and some of us need them more than the others. I'd say it's better for me to have a peek into Road Warden's head. Good one could shake things up a fair bit. The bad ones, well, they die quickly. Let's see. The brewing set. A bit of an alchemist. Frowns but gestures for you to follow her. Don't touch anything. I have no toys here. Guffs as she squeezes through the trapdoor. Downstairs, she has to lower her head to avoid the beams beneath the ceiling. Humid scent of over 1,000 wooden barrels is free of putridity. Your eyes run over the trophies. Claws, bones, jaws, and tusks are gathered in piles, while the stuffed heads of various creatures observe you with their fake eyes. Foggy lights a candle with the help of a tinderbox and leads you to a table in the furthest corner. The instruments made of glass, gold, and copper would allow you to brew even advanced potions. Bottles, scales, knives, alembics, mortars, a crucible. The jars on the shelf contain simple but useful ingredients. Put this table to good use for you. Could you now? Her voice is playful, but her face is covered with shadows. It also set place on fire, spill my stuff, break this glass thingy. Waves at one of the alembics and heads back to the stairs. We'll see how trustworthy you are, dear. We'll see. Suddenly turns back and gives you a harsh look. Don't you think I'll give you my stuff for nothing? We're in the middle of nowhere. Ingredients are expensive. You brew, you pay. If I don't like the way you walk around here, you pay more. The rule of the tavern. Any work? Somehow doubt you're here to forage for me, love. Not that I have any room for another soul. Let me think. Runs her eyes over the shells and the trophies, but it's the rocks surrounding the fireplace that catch her attention. The folks at Old Pagus are weirdly quiet. They're supposed to drop 2 wagons of rocks at my place. Can you check on them? Just find out if they're fine. You mentioned the payment. It won't take much work from a rider. You can get there and back in less than a day. Just ride west of here until the road takes you south to the crossroads. Turn west again and you'll find the village. I'll give you, let's say, a dragon bone. Say that it's not much, but she waves it off. A road warden should get familiar with the old villages anyway, right? Just do it when you have a chance. I'll have more coins for you once you prove you can be trusted with the simpler tasks. Tell me about Old Pagus. Be one of the oldest villages in the north, but even if not, it is safe with strong walls and safe roads. Their crops are weak, but for generations now they've been cutting stone and building for other tribes in exchange for supplies. Some time ago they tied themselves to the monks, and now they don't look kindly on those who don't follow the orders of truth. She pauses, twisting her lips to one side, choosing her words carefully. But there are plenty fine folks, true believers, something lost in the city, not ones to deal in slave trading and pillage. Let's see. Some bandits in the north. Makes an annoyed grimace. What can I tell you, DM? You know how it goes. Lost souls need a new path after knowfulness finds them, but the years go by and it doesn't get any easier. One day they take a pile of firewood, another one some bread and clothes. After they start hurting folks, there's no way back, even if they're not at all cruel. You ask her some more, but she's reluctant to give you straightforward answers. Don't have to worry about a Glaucius band. They hunt, sometimes it takes this or that, scavenge after folks who get jumped by beasts, but she never tried to threaten my place. You're safe here. Why would they try to bother a road warden? Now the one sends its soldiers here, she may face consequences for supporting the outlaws. Some bandits are just desperate. Think about necromancers here in the north. Rubs her chin. Don't like what they're doing one bit, but I can't blame them. The folks at White Marsh struggle, and they don't know how to protect their kids and their elders. Her wrenches, their priest. She cracks her shoulders, and a quiet man, but preaches like a zealot. Always looks like he's on the verge of crying. She opens the door with a wave of her hand, letting in some fresh air. Looks at the lake. They used to trade in lumber, those from marshes, until Howlersdale started selling their own trees for better prices. The trade to marshes died, and so came the hunger. Looks at you with an unclear grimace on her lips. You may judge them, but at least their preacher gave them hope, even if it's tied to black magic. About the peninsula? Nods, I know this and that. Which place? Tell me about... Do we even need to know much actually? The dolmen. At the southern road, I must be centuries old, but I'd rather spend the night in the young inn, thank you. No hunters used to make campfires there, but I bet it leaves sticky soot on the walls. Isn't it weird that there are no other chapels in the north? Maybe they were all dismantled. Stone has its price after all. Know anything about secret spot in there? Something with a lock? Raise it to her eye as if the hole in its bow is about to reveal the hidden entrance. Centuries old, half-whisper remains sonorous and confident, but not as ancient as the chapel itself. Try digging. She returns the key. It looks laughably small in the palm of her hand. Maybe you'll find a clue where to dig exactly. Trying to dig in there, alright. Spend a night or two, approaches a window above the table and looks outside. Beast won't make it easy for us, dear. Place her hand on the shutters. It's not a city inn. I don't cook for a smile. I don't work to feel noble. I allow folks to lie down there for free. Points to the bare fur with her brooch in. But that's about it. If your horse stays outside, it'll lure the beasts to us. But if we move it here upstairs, it'll leave its droppings on my floor. Gets annoyed even by the idea of it happening. If you want to rest here, love, I'll be ready either to pay with a coin or some food rations, so I'd spend the night keeping your amount quiet. And clean after it in the morning, will you? It steps away. I see. Well, let's see then. Wait, can't we just go to sleep yet then? I guess we need to go and do the resting out there. Okay, I see. Sleeping in the main hall. Space many birds to choose from. Stuff will help you take care of your bones filth. Can we actually even? Not sure I ain't getting any bonuses anyway, so let's try this maybe. Let's gonna try to eat some. Monster shots wake you up. Night is brightened from the windows of the tavern. You have a good look at the yard. You massive dragonlings exploring the courtyard, knocking over wooden tools with their tails, putting their noses into buckets. And underneath the stairs, count 5 of them so far, but you can't see the entire area at once. Then spots you look and moves closer. Still doesn't try to climb to the door. Maybe it's experienced enough to know it won't get through. The shutter slowly. Exhausted night, Horson keeps stepping in place of walking, taking only short naps. I can't count how many times you try to calm it down with your voice, a touch, and by offering it water or a snack, but nothing helps. Close your eyes for an hour or so in the late morning, then clean up after you mount. The stench load is disarming. Yeah, I need to find some proper rest somewhere. Then wash myself in the lake. A little bit would be nice. To the bridge and move to its edge. Somewhere below you notice a glimmer. Hey, you step back, run! Without even thinking, you leap toward the yard. The long teeth-filled mouth breaks through at the water surface, splashing it in every direction. Bites the empty place where you were just standing, while the front limbs, thick-scaled, ending with claws as large as your fingers, land on the wood. Once the Saurian's yellow eyes notice that you're outside of its reach, it nonchalantly slides into the lake. Hear laughter coming from the yard, and the large forager who's wearing leather was running with help, but now stands with hand on his thighs, capping without rest. The man in black fur, on the other hand, looks at you with worry. I see a hand kept beneath his cloak, as if he was reaching for something. What are you doing, I? The lake isn't for outsiders. Stay away, don't you worry. Just nods and gestures for his companion to cut it. They both move toward the gate. The man in black fur hears your steps. He nudges his companion and nods toward you. Put away the old noose traps they were trying to fix proper for hares and small birds. Tall one spreads his arms, thundering his loud welcome. Road Warden, I guess we're going to see each other a lot. I'm Ilan. This shorty here is Zvi. The man in the black fur looks up, frowning. There's also a third man. Unlike the rest of the staff, he has an unkempt beard and worn clothes made of a blue fabric, patched with scraps of flour sacks. He has only the right hand, though unlike the tavern keeper, he has kept the rest of his arm. Looking down to examine a trap, but his shoulders are slumped, eyes absent. Ilan doesn't introduce him. Birger, nice to meet you. Ilan smiles. Were you at the belt of the north yet, friend? He blushes. How is Dalit doing? The one with the yellow arbor, she's well, seems to keep the whole crew together. That's her, lively color, yellow. Smiles, but you catch a hint of envy in his voice. Better say hi to her for us. Her boss was looking for hard drinks and healing potions. I wish I could help her. Glanced at his companion, who is currently observing a column of ants running alongside the palisade. They're offering good prices, and she was really good at dice and told us about so many monsters. Zvi adjusts his black cloak. Our traps won't fix themselves. What brings you to us? He then frowns at his interruption but says nothing. Let's see. The one without a hand there. That's one from their squad there. No Tulia? Man gives you a surprised glance, but then looks down and crosses his arms, holding his hand under his shoulder. I'm a new man now. There's nothing that ties me to the army. Has the accent of the city folk, same as yours. Across a great part of this land, greater than most. Have you seen anything unusual? Takes a deep breath. His voice is close to a whisper. There's fog in my soul. I was on the eastern road, hungry and sick, praying for the right to send its beasts on me and save me from the pains of living. Remember the touch of fur and the breath in my neck, the claws pinning me to the ground. I was waiting with my eyes closed. Then I woke up in the middle of the night, still feeling. Got back on my feet, walking until I reached the lights of this tavern, without so much as a bruise. Foggy may have no faith in her heart, but the right to use her kindness to give me a second chance. Ilan frowns at the man's words, and there's cautiousness in his voice. He may be crazy, but it's true. He came here after midnight, raving. Maybe the monsters don't like his scent. So he forgot everything, hides his stump in the palm of his hand, and curls up. I've seen a dragon eating a tree, an ape that tore away the head of a monstrous cat, and a wolf without fur that was as quick as lightning. Now leave me alone, evil spirit, and let my shame rest. He's shaking. Let him be, and Zvi grunts at you. Nothing wrong about a man trying to forget. Eden rubs his chin. Furthest wolf friend. I've heard about one. Our tribe's folk saw it in the heart of the woods. A nasty beast. Let's hope it won't find a mate for breeding. Charges at you like a runner and jumps right at your throat. Touches his neck, so even a hunter stay away from it. Too bad with no crossbows. Raise his wooden club. I'm better to avoid the deep woods without one. Let's see. I have travelers here, and voices like thunder. Nah, it may very well be the last one this season. Sometimes a group of adventurers who knows why, and southern traders in spring and autumn. Most of our visitors are from the villages, usually creeks and gale rocks. They leave goods at our place or just outside, and my mom barters in their name with the others. I mean, rocks, timber, furs, and barreled fish can wait a few days. Probably also asking about stuff? Nah, not really. Zvi lets out a sigh. Not much to see here, Trees, rocks, ponds, never been in howlers. Stars, but then Yulan chips in. I have a couple of times. Nice place, kind folk, lots of grain. They have but one trader, Akakius. He pays poorly, but at least doesn't waste one's time. Gets straight to the point, see? thinks for a bit. They are all so tall, twice as tall as he is, points at Zvi, who frowns and squeaks back at him. Bullshit. Gossip for the next few minutes, but the things they share with you are of little use. They end up saying that you should talk with Foggy instead. She used to travel a lot and speaks with every visitor. What's the plan? Zvi nods and Dylan's voice gets even louder. Glad to hear that. There's hardly any fruits left around here, and even fewer mushrooms. So we're planning to do some bird catching, a hunt without killing. Maybe not today, but in 7 days, maybe a bit later. What do you say? In 7 days, and maybe a bit later. Help with the birds and just let them walk into traps. Helen glances at the cords used for snares. These won't do. Who want to catch a runner this big, raises his muscular arm and stops it maybe a foot above his head. And bring it here alive. We want his meat for later. Ben without hand interrupts him. His voice is weak but disdainful. Beasts ought to be dealt with, not tamed. The bonding with monsters brings only death. Will bring us full bellies in winter, squawks Zvi. Hey, Portable. Hello, man. How we doing? It's the plan exactly. And then grabs a rope and shakes it in front of you. We'll catch its neck. Your part will be to keep it from running. Don't hurt it, just make it busy enough for us to surround it. All sounds really dangerous. That's why we want you to do the rough parts, Zvi smirks. We're just foragers. Our own warden knows how to fight, At least it's on its own, without its flock. Can do with the catch. I will tether it to the palisade for a day or two, then take it to creeks. Tribe's folk have enough space to look after it through autumn. Maybe it'll drop a few eggs, even if not, it's fresh food. Problem with supplies in creeks? They exchange looks, maybe, admits Zvi, but not big enough to make us pay you more. Use better equipment? Well, you shouldn't need weapons for it, friend, but you may look for something worthwhile in Howlersdale. Elan points west. Akakis is all about trade, not much for idle talk, but he sells things for all his folks. How much do you pay? I mean, maybe a scary trip, but it won't take that long. Just show up here at noon or before it. We'll be back in a few hours. We'll get 5 dragons, though 2 if the bird dies. That's a good price for the one option, Front of the beast just for 5 dragons? That's bullshit. Haggle for a bit while Elan gets easily convinced. It's Zvi who cuts your conversation short. Even if his voice is croaky, it's also firm. We'll get 8, ask for more, and we'll do better buying food and howlers. Can't leave my horse behind. I wouldn't worry about it. Elan waves a hand just like his mother. The idiot will take care of it. The one-handed man starts to object, but a harsh shut up from Zvi makes him sigh. His shoulders sag. Elan goes on. He's a loony and would stumble over his own feet on a trip, but that's what he needs when told to. And you know he won't steal it. He hates animals. 7 days or soon after that. Let's see. See, Portable, let's see. Surely it will go well. Well, hopefully, man. Hopefully. A repair sounds important. Good luck. Can do it, you can do it. Back in 7 days and soon after that. Do so, we still need to prepare and you better do so as well, but don't make us wait for long. Let's not test the bird's patience, let's come 1 day before afternoon. Alright, so we need to go. Just rest also. Allowing your shell and soul to rest. Now we need some proper eat or something.
I love you guys.
I should show that. Welcome back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it a lot. How we doing, man? How's life? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Moving the timers a bit more, a little bit more. Alright, far north. So maybe from here we go this way. The road spread between the hills and lonely trees until you reach a solid wooden bridge, not older than a generation. Right uphill, but horse manages to keep up. The dark woods in the south are being behind a gently humming creek, while the forest on your right was trimmed by the locals. Peaceful journey, at least for some time. After a few minutes, you spot a group of wolves feasting on a fallen furry beast, maybe a wisent. One of them looks toward you. Ride a bit faster. The road fades into an old tunnel. No signs of mining, no signposts, no human voices. Ceiling is supported by wooden beams, but the light only reaches so far. The chilling wind mercilessly bends the few lonely trees, while the shrubs oppose the weather patiently. Side path leading west is somewhat maintained, and you find both boot prints and car tracks, leads higher into the mountains. Alright, this should be the town here. Can I show it nice? Ooh, that warfare nice. Having some vacation. Feels good, feels good. A long weekend. Guys, you guys have some unification day. I see. Sounds good, sounds good. The door is not as smooth as the main road. A wagon could make it through, but even so you have to squeeze between some narrow corridors, hoping no beast is going to jump at you from a ledge. You walk leading your mount with an axe in your hand. Middle of the road, after reaching one of the higher hills, you take a glance ahead. Even from here, you see the sun reflecting from the ocean, but there is also a pillar of smoke coming from the distant west. Maybe a volcano somewhere behind the horizon, but you can't tell if it's a part of the peninsula or maybe a yet stranger land. Once you get to the other side of the mountain, you find the northern entrance to the tunnel, blocked by a large bronze gate, so tall and wide you're not sure if it's something you could open with your muscles alone. It's a keyhole as well, as large as your hand. The locking tunnel would save me a lot of time. A good look at the village from a distant hill, stored between taming and the crags and succumbing to their whims. Grey boulders are like the rotten teeth of a giant, sprinkled around by an ancient spirit. The carved cave mouths are covered with wooden doors, only a few windows, and you can only imagine how dark and cold the gauged-out rooms have to be. Buildings and walls made of logs or stone blocks. It must be much younger than the caves. Impressive whitewashed keep standing at the top of the hill in the west could just as well have been built in the city. Smoke rises from both sides of the wild river. You see many busy souls as they go about moving tools, food, and timber over the bridge. Arrival at the eastern gate causes some curious glances, but the only person who approaches you is a man who was sitting at the table discussing something with a few elders, carrying a crossbow on his back and a long rusty knife at his side, but doesn't reach for them. Must be a guard. I dismount. The comfy night reading there. The man has to be older than 40 and wears an elegant blue-green linen tunic, but no armor. Skin is yellowish like seaweed seen through a sunbeam. The long grey hair is tied in a ponytail, and his beard is trimmed to half a finger of length. Few large cysts make him look sickly, but his powerful, truculent voice adds to him strength and confidence. "Cheers, stranger, you reached Gale Rocks. You did." He observes your mount and then looks at the path behind you. "I see no caravan from here. Are they coming?" Suddenly meets your eyes, and his tone gets even harsher. "Or are you here to idle about?" Nearby conversations. Get used to some of the locals' words and phrases that you've only heard coming from the mouths of the oldest of city folk. Vast similarities to the tongue of Havlavan only make these differences more distracting, like a gloss pulled into the core page of a codex. Fusion Village. Things to do won't bother anyone. Takes a step closer, examines your appearance until raises his chin with reluctance. And who are you, a vagabond? You're not a part of a caravan, I'm not letting you in, neither here. He points behind him, nor there, nods toward the western gate. Introduce myself, another road warden. Are all them parents in the south too dumb to teach their kids how to keep their fingers in their own pots? He shakes his head with exaggerated emotions and looks at the elders at the table. A road warden, see that? Trying to cut the conversation short, you tell Horson to follow you inside, and you stopped right away. Leave it by the walls until it's nightfall, right? We ain't cleaning our roads after any drifters, bars, or adventurers. Speaks with growing disgust. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on it. Tether your horse to the stems of a shrub, and the man nods with approval, then turns around. Anything about the village? Stops in place and glances at your boots. Right, we fish, we salt fish, we sell fish. Our brave ones trade barrels for whatever we can get at other villages, but not much else to it, you see. Life here is slow. Without another word, he returns to the group of elders where he helps one of them remove bones from their meal. You go to... looking for locals looking for a match in other villages. Can get that going. Traveling sounds nice though, man. Gonna get some comfy vacation. Feels good. Probably already gonna be getting cold at your home, and then it's still gonna be pretty warm. Feels good. Locals looking for a match in other villages. The vast majority of locals see this place as their home and even feel indebted to their families and neighbors for looking after them. Paulus seeks a different path. He isn't even 20, but trained to work on the beach, is strong, slim, and a bit loud. Can even hunt fish if that's the only work left, admits when asked about his plans for the future. Just not here, not after all them neighbors turned a blind eye toward my harpy of a mother. Reveals the scars in his back left by Willow with days. You mention a religion, and he shrugs without a second thought. I can do whatever, barring wicked spells. Make sure he means necromancy and blood magic. Right, all I want is a companion for the mornings and evenings, a woman with a kind soul, and if good winds allow us, to be the mother of our children. Ready to work for them till I faint, flexes his muscles. I'd gauge my arm for that. Marina is a few years older, but much shorter, pale and with dark circles under her eyes. She hopes to find a wife for her husband as she won't leave the village. A 6-year-old, his father went into the fogs on a foraging trip. I'd love to have more kids, but my forebears have been living in this village for longer than anyone can tell, and I'd rather not make her blood too thick. I ask about what sort of traits she's looking for. Someone kind, loyal, serious, diligent. The reading got interrupted. In the mid-20s in Mallorca when you go. That sounds good. That sounds comfy. That sounds comfy. The microphone, well, actually about time, I guess, yeah. It was 13 and a half hours since I restarted OBS in the morning. And that was 2 microphones, yeah, I guess. Makes sense. This one is kind of quiet though. A little quiet. And what about the wares the village has to offer? Garment, when you first arrived in the village, is leaning against the wall, observing both the gates and your mount. The horse and snorts, gatekeeper reaches for his axe. Sighs when he notices your gaze. What? Most settlements people are much more hospitable, gives you an irritated glance, then stares into the river. Most settlements have fewer memories of getting robbed by drifters or of wasting their time on good-for-nothing adventurers. Hold them free souls. I think they have the right to our patience and care, as if they are some saviors of ours, each one of them. Well, we've been beating this land for centuries with right's help and the patience of our forebears. But if anyone wants our respect, they'd better work for it. You notice that getting away with theft must not be an easy task, he answers slowly. Don't get any weird ideas, outsider. It's easy to disappear in the hills or at the crossroads, and we've got to be vigilant, more than our allies, stonecutters at Old Pagas. They can let themselves be more open to strangers, have neighbors, gentler roads, and less of a wall to defend. Been bothered by bandits in recent seasons? What do you mean, bandits? That useless group of soldiers already faced them half a year ago. And you heard in Hovlavan, they killed and got killed. Shrugs as if there is nothing more to add. But you try to push him harder, sharing some of the gathered rumors. Glossy and her group? You're wrong, she's from here. She wouldn't bother us or our neighbors. She's just one of the lost free folk. Couldn't force herself to come back here after the events that can't be changed now. And just hunting for treasures in the ruins and trading. That's where she gets her stuff and coins. For someone, can we try inn? Search for an inn is futile, and the locals are quite proud that they have no place to waste their days with mugs and dice. They explain that if any caravan needs to stay the night, there's always enough space to empty one of the caves. If you need a room to spend the night, you're told the Fulvia may have something. Okay. Following the instructions, you reach a building with an entrance from the garden side. Step through the door leading into the mouth of the cave. Call the person you were told to speak with, Fulvia, the roomkeeper. Comes to you from the half-dark corridor. Fits the description you heard. Slightly round, partially because of the tunic and heavy pants hidden beneath a dark green robe. Looks like an eccentric city priest. That's what with the massive hourglass made of beautifully polished driftwood she wears, and the kerchief covering both her neck and hair. One feature that hasn't been mentioned by the locals are her eyes, grey, asymmetrical, partially closed and unfocused. Once she gets closer, she turns her head, gazing into the rock and pointing her left ear at you. Her steps are confident and her hands keep touching the walls on both sides. She's old, wrinkled and pale, but her voice remains strong. First instinct is to nod, only then realizing it won't really help you much. She repeats, "Smell of a horse. Room?" Yes. Right, simply walk down the corridor between the few humble chambers, some of which are inhabited by sleeping souls. Just a few steps, the light coming from the entrance help you know more. Follow the sounds of boots and the smell of rosemary perfume. Then suddenly hear a rock hitting something made of metal. The lit candle makes you sigh with relief. What color? After a quiet moment, she tries again. The horse coat. The horse coat. What kind of horse? Who gonna be the horseman? White and black stripes for horseman. I'm gonna go the edgy horseman, just black. Pause. I grieve messages. Must not be many of them left, she says slowly. And how many chiefs can pick and choose one beast for one task and one for another? Her room is far from comforting. Ceiling is only a head above you. The walls are rounded and bare of any decorations, and the only chest looks more like a crude crate. At least the dried grasses covering the sleeping pallet are bug-free and smell of freshness. Don't have to share it, she says with amusement. How much for this delight? She chuckles, still turned to you with her profile. Don't worry, you won't be cold, and we don't let anything mold in here. Have a nose for it, demonstrates with a loud sniff. Can work for the village for merely a few hours in the morning, move some weights around, or you can pay me 2 coins. I won't take less, for I need none at all. I'll just throw it to Severina's chest in a few days. Alright. Don't know how much gonna be to travel back. 6 hours. 8:15. I do have time for now. Severina, you say? Head woman is in the keep, says a young basket weaver with legs too short and thin for her to stand on, but she's not very patient with strangers. She's not. Or with loud neighbors. Thank her with a nod and head to the hill on the western bank. Walking past the big kitchen, step path leads through an open, unguarded gate. As you look around the yard, you notice a few pigeons running around, keenly observed by a pet griffin tied to a wooden beam. Some drying underwear hanging from a rope, a spiked pail leaning against the wall carelessly, and a knocked-over bucket lying in a puddle of water. The place may be messy, but is not impaired in its function. Preparing it for defense wouldn't take longer than a few minutes, and judging by the wall walk of the bailey, it could stand an attack from a large squad of soldiers. Current state of the place makes you think of Havlavan, whose stronghold yards and temple walls are often surrounded by small peddlers, a few of which are even allowed to set up their stalls, as long as they don't hinder anyone else's tasks. They are allowed to pursue the scarce scraps of open space. Bright walls stand out from the other structures in the village, and as far as you can tell, the current layer of whitewash is still fresh. There must be at least 3 floors inside, and enough space to contain more than 100 people, though without much between them. There are arrow slits in the walls, and the roof is surrounded by a fence-like barrier, a perfect spot for boulder throwers and archers. The large entrance door is ajar, with a wrinkled man sitting on a pillow placed on the stairs. He's not wearing gambizon, but the fine steel sickle sword at his side makes it clear he's not just a regular guard. He stops what he was doing, carving a figurine from a log, and stands up to greet you. Cheers, Road Warden. Severina was told about your arrival. Follow me. He may be old, but he's tall, with the long and thin arms of a sea folk, neatly groomed beard, and his gray hair in a ponytail. As you follow him, you are hit by the strong scent of clothes. The door is thick and can be barricaded with 2 wooden bars. The hall is filled with benches, some of which are placed on top of the others, giving a bit more space for now. There's one path to the next floor, suspiciously covered with planks. The chamber is free of the roaring of the river, the shouts of workers, the chaos of animals, and the smell of cooked food. The room is well lit both by sunlight and candles, and quite drafty, though you still smell perfumes and aging wood. You doubt anyone lives here or even uses this room for dining. The road warden is here, says the guard, and approaches the desk standing between you and the old woman sitting behind it. Close and look at her. So far he hasn't spared you as much as a glance. She's writing on a large wax tablet with a stylus as large as a dagger, and since she's a bit stooped, you see her only from the chest up. She's wearing a thick warm dress in the color of a cherry, and an even darker modest hat that's covering her hair. Could be older than 70, yet her face and hands have been spared from scars harsher than some pokemarks carved by illnesses. If you were to encounter her in Havlavan, you would expect her to be an official or maybe a rich scribe. Some of her belongings, however, wouldn't be found at the city's desk. The wax of her tablet isn't dyed, and instead of keeping a water in a cup, she has a large, colorful seashell, and the winged hourglass placed on the stone stand is made of dried seaweed. The young woman sits in the corner. Crossbow is pointing at you, and resemblance between her and the elder is stunning, though she's slim and a bit taller and wears a simple dark blue and black woolen tunic. While she's resting on a chair, she looks at you almost without blinking, with hardly any movement, like a cat staring at a rat, trying to judge if you're a defenseless prey or a threat. Oh, the serious one. Raises her violet eyes slowly and looks at you kindly, putting away her stylus. Outsider, she nods gently. I expect there's something only I can help you with. After a short pause, she claps her hands on the desk. Let's hear it. Accent is not as thick as that among the younger villagers, keeping a shadow of the years when the guild had tighter ties with the peninsula. But since she has no teeth, you have to think for a moment before you recognize some of her words. The necromancers in the north, he almost jump away when a crossbow woman shifts her position, but she turns out to just be uncomfortable with the way she's sitting. Severina smirks, but as she starts to speak, her voice grows worried. What happens in White Marshes is a sign of cowardice and weakness. I've seen my share of harsh years, and I sympathize. I do. With tribes that had to feed their people with tree bark, or decide which mother will eat enough to feed infants. But all of them walking corpses will get out of the charms and murder their masters, like they always do, and instead of hunger and cold, they'll face the end of their souls. All we can do is keep ourselves safe. Try to ask a few more questions, but to no avail. Don't really travel there often, stranger, and some of the knowledge we gathered on this place is for our ears alone. Not you can trust that I will keep anything between us. Sure. Considering the people of your village follow the right, surprised you're not pressured into taking action against undead white marshes. What do you think we ought to do? Encourage them by taking their land or startle their wild game, maybe torch their roofs. Takes an awkwardly long pause, yet as you start to answer, she instantly cuts in. We have no plans to conquer or pillage their home, and while some of us would like to take matters into their own hands, I ain't risking our lives in battle with mere heretics. Without walls, we'll have nothing to keep us safe. Say nothing. Patience runs short, outsider. Sabrina gestures for you to pause. Are you sure other matters can't wait till tomorrow? Something else? Need to, do we now? Says through clenched teeth, and what is it? The tunnel. Village face, and he struggles with the bandits. Looks at her guard, then around her. Have you noticed where we are? We're safe enough to fight a dragon. If there are any bandits in our woods, they eat nothing barring timber and worms. Whenever we trade, we send groups of 10, 20 souls strong, enough to push away a few footpads. Styrian recently shrugs and reaches for one of the candles, casting better light on one of her smaller wax tablets. I know who he is, but I've only spoken with him a few times and heard that he stopped visiting the village at the beginning of summer. If he was around, I would know about it, I would. I mentioned that you doubt the road warden would simply ignore a head woman of such large village, and she looks at the ceiling, chewing at her bottom lip. Don't know what you're trying to imply, says with a tone that won't accept any discussion. I had as much in common with him as I have with you. I don't trust strangers with crucial tasks, and if a warden of any kind wants to demonstrate that they know what they're doing, I invite them to survive a year or two before they bark. Observes you without a word, but her fingers are tapping on the table. Guard gives you a telling look. Time to go, probably. Time to probably go. The music is indeed very vibey in this one. The kids laugh loudly as they carry buckets of vegetables over the stone bridge, calling someone who may very well be minutes away from them. You go to... About the wares, trader. Young carrier chuckles, and what would you buy without the wagon and donkeys? Sell barrels of fish, sacks of salt. When a caravan comes, we empty a warehouse, then fill it up again with food. You ask her if she's sure there's nothing useful that the lone traveler could get in such a large village. She seems a bit embarrassed. Well, we have a weaponsmith, but he doesn't sell any blades to outsiders, but maybe Rufina the tailor. Alright. Give directions to one of the smaller buildings, which turns out to consist of only one spacious chamber. The cutter caves in the village, it lacks sunlight, but the workbench standing right next to the entrance is well lit by an oil lamp. The old iron lantern is decorated with the shapes of seaweed and monstrous tentacles. At the counter, you see threads, scraps of clothes, old tunics, and some boots. Behind it, there is a mature woman, though you can't precisely guess her age. The flame dancing because of your movements distorts the shadows cast by her wrinkles and large nose. Bright red tunic is light, made of something lighter than hemp or wool. Sleeves end at her elbows, allowing her hands to sew together two pieces of fabric. Greetings. Runs her dark yellow eyes over your clothes. Hair may be getting gray, but the colorful wooden beads among them distract you right away. Cheers, stranger. Needs something patched up? After you nod, she looks deeper into the store. Good, as I'm better at fixing tears than making togs. Take a look. Indeed, well, there's plenty of shelves and cupboards covered with pants, tunics, jackets, robes, hats, boots, and bags. Many of them seem old and are made from 2 or 3 combined pieces of garment. We buy outfits from other villages, explains the tailor, maintaining her bored tone, and as they get worn and damaged, I turn them into something new. Think for sale? My neighbors walk in and put on whatever they feel like wearing, but I ain't wasting our fabric on outsiders. Maybe you'd like some jewelry? When you mention you'd rather take something useful for a traveler, she hesitates. Well, if you really need, I can pack you some old tools of mine. Then help you fix your armor and the togs without anyone's help, though it ain't as easy as you would think. Let's see. Repair set for 9, sewing kit for 6. Washed and tidy and work for 2 hours of pay. We're good. Still learn more about the wares. Who can we look for? Who can we look for? Like, the fisherman doesn't sound about right. Doesn't sound about right. Who else can we ask there? Like the priest here or something. First person you speak with, a young cooper on the brink of adulthood, and tells you to follow her to Western Bank. A priest vanished when I was merely this little. Holds her hand to the height of her chest, but my family still prays in the temple every midday. It's one of the oldest caves in the village, says with unmasked pride. Move past the thatched shed and smelly kitchen and around the fortified hill, approaching a humble orchard and what seems to be a training ground for fighters, then descend in a small basin towards small caves hidden in shadows. Girl enters the mouthed out door. This hour there are only 2 other souls in sight, an elderly man napping on a blanket spread in one of the rounded corners, and the boy who stops his prayer once you come inside and quickly leaves, giving you an embarrassed look. Cave is lit by a few oil lamps with the flames surrounded by dyed glass, but the chamber couldn't fit more than 30 people, even if they were all standing. Few stone benches, an altar, and a large, though crude hourglass made of bronze, clean as new. Recognize the gentle hum of a creek somewhere below you. Girl glances at your neck and observes the sacred symbol on the wall in silence. You don't mind if I were to pray? Invites you with a gesture and leaves the room. Kneel down, trying to focus. No doubt this place has heard of human prayers for centuries, and you try to echo these voices with your own words of praise and request, traveling through generations and built on trust. Once you finish your prayer, you feel like you've touched the cradle of humanity, finding comfort in a cave that sometime in the past gave a birth to a human tribe. I'll get the prayer. Who else gonna be useful for us to find here, though? The blacksmith not gonna work probably with us, but still, maybe we can deliver something to them. Great. Did you mention there was one? Their armory is right next to the eastern gate, but you are led behind it through a fence gate. The training ground. You introduce to Tatius, a muscular man who's walking in just his pants, displaying his muscular chest and arms, tanned and hairy, and his dusty, dirty feet. His teenage pupils gathered on the trampled ground also wear no boots and wear old and torn tunics, with marks of blood and scratches both on their clothes and skin. Man is looking through a few toy weapons gathered in a barrel, a wooden sword, a few spears with their tips wrapped in rags, and similar-looking clubs. After your arrival, the man throws a spear to one of the younger kids and tells the others to get to him like mad boars. And soon after that, you hear a painful thud and cheerful laughter. He then offers you vivid red cherries, maybe the last ones this season. Maybe just over 30 years old, yet his wide shoulders, unusual height, and straight posture make even his kindest words sound like a threat. Need something from me, Road Warden? For better equipment? Then you came to the wrong village. Don't sell anything we've stored at our armory. We need these things for ourselves. When you mention dragon bones, he looks away at the fighting kids and orders them to divide into 2 teams, letting the assaulted spearmen rest for a bit. And what am I to do with dragons? Buy blades? His chuckle, while fake, is loud and moves his chest up and down. After you insist that he may want to think if there is nothing for an axe user, such as yourself, to find here, he puffs out his cheeks, thinking as he exhales, "You know what? Come, take a look. And you," he looks at the teens, "a few minutes of rest, don't lose any eyes." You go back to the armory's door, and after a few abreast, the man shows you a kite shield so large it could cover half your shell with ease. "It's a gift we received, but we don't use such a shape. It's too weird for us. You can buy it if you wish, and maybe you'd like to grab some quarrels if you have a crossbow. We have enough of those." And discuss the price. Right, another one. Not used to using it in combat. Still more. What else we can find here? We should spend long hours at the beach in the north and can be found in the village only during very early or very late hours, unless the weather makes fishing too dangerous. Need to catch them, I guess, then, alright. What else we can find here? Need some specific info on that. And it's really ruled by outsiders. Will return. Also time. 9 hours. 3 hours left. I need some places where we can actually get some proper rest then. That would be good. Because I kind of want to deal with the shelter there. Found some cave and stuff there. Could find something. 8:15 is already too much. Well, I mean, barely, kinda. Could try. Maybe I should, Try we can make it. Oh, we did. Closing road warden, better come inside, Alright, sure. Get off the horse and enter the inn. Three guards arguing about something, and then ease the tension with friendly banter. The innkeeper is dusting the counter and the shelves with a cloth. "So, you again, need anything?" Dice throw for some leftovers. Not today, no, maybe tomorrow. Unlucky. What about the sleep gear here? Ooh, that's kinda nice. Clean blanket, nice lady chamber. Let's get large breakfast, wash tub with water and soap, and some clothes to wash your teeth. And a large breakfast. I don't see the effect of that. Not a will though. I'll find 1 coin, sounds good. I'll need to get the vitality back to you also, I guess. For this we just need to kind of rest probably. Let's try. Get this for 1 coin. Sounds the rain wake up you briefly before you turn to sleep. Think about your plans. And running in the mud is difficult. Horses will have a rough time, especially on the unpaved grounds. Maybe a good day to take a break at the inn. Maybe. Thunderous roar, rise to your feet and rub the sleep from your eyes. The doors are opening, people are shouting orders and words of warning. As you open the window, you see what's behind the commotion. Something is on the other side of the wall, trying to get through. And the guards are fighting it off with their torches, spears, and crossbows. Thanks to their light, you see the large furry paws placed on the top of the wall walk. As far as you can tell, the beast is but a single leap away from getting inside. Nope, let's go. Your gambizon and blade is still a bit foggy in your thoughts, and once you find them, you struggle to get inside the jacket. As your habits kick in, you see innkeeper right in front of you holding a candle. You're a guest, stay here, he says without a shadow of hesitation. My team has no time to worry about outsiders. Just after his words, you hear cheerful laughter from the wall. Judging by the way they point their fingers and lower their weapons, the beast is fleeing. Shouldn't expect people will need my help all the time. Sure. The room is quiet and far away from unwanted eyes. Take a calm bath, rest on a soft mattress. I'll look through the window and enjoy the minutes of safety. In the morning, you find a stool with a large wooden plate bearing an aromatic breakfast, a cup of mint tisane, 3 duck eggs, and baked duck meat. Downstairs, the innkeeper is putting firewood in the stove and asks if you need anything. But I'm still hungry. Leftovers, not today. Come on, never lucky, baby rich. The Glaciers band. Oh yeah, the mayor's holders then. Still on it, still on it. Got some cleaning at least some cleaning. The verge of death. Monka is about the rest there. That kinda is a bit better, I guess. A relaxing day, but free of boredom. Spent almost an hour looking after your mount. This is now clean and cheerful. Patch holes in your bundles to the soothing sounds of a late summer drizzle. At one point, you were invited to some friendly combat practice with the hunters, and you made sure to not take it too easy. Sitting beneath an open window, 3 guards are arguing about something. Alright, this one. Now we can do the sleep game because it's already night. Everyone's busy. Go for another quality sleep gear there. Now we can. Okay. Should eat before probably to get the healing. That's the thing. That's how it works, alright. Most people awake in the middle of almost every night. Before your second sleep comes, you spend an hour or two taking care of your belongings, shell and soul. Some people spend this time with their friends, families, or lovers, but your routine is different if you don't have to take care of essential tasks. Let's see here. Get some working out and get some bonus HP that way. That'll be kind of nice. Doesn't seem like it though. Maybe some leftovers today. Yep, you're lucky. I was planning to give it to the boar. Goes to the stove and in a couple of minutes prepares your meal. Here, see a nettle tisane and simple root stew with hardly any meat in it. While you're eating, he asks if you need anything else. Easy food. This one. Dylan, he says hi. Looks up, twirling her hair as she thinks. I'm sorry, who? Foggy Sun gives you a beaming smile. So that's his name. His accent's so thick I kind of misheard it. Forgive me, how he's doing. You gossip about the man and his companion, and a couple of the hunters join your conversation, asking about the Eastern Road, the tavern, and traveling in general. A good couple of minutes is spent on discussing fashion and creeks. Some of the hunters regret not being used to wearing leather and furs, while others are convinced that linen is more convenient. If you're cold, just put on a cloak, says a woman with a bandage on her neck. After some time, the guards walk away, leaving you with the lead and a napping boar. The lead to right? Oh, he giggles to cover her confusion. Are you asking me out? I ain't interested in any silliness. Brushes away the hair from her forehead. Tangled chaos all over her scalp cares not for her efforts. Well, yeah, half my life ago I was living on crops, but I bet I've shot down more monsters than you broken eggs. Are you much of a fighter? Many more eyes turn toward you. To protect others, that's my job. The lead past the board guard get back to their own affairs. Hero material, huh? Ain't something I'm going to be jealous about. This trade of yours. Had a cousin who tried to get rich as road warden. She kept it together for maybe half a year. Was lucky enough to die in the village, not in the middle of nowhere. At least she hadn't woken up. The good folk burned her in a proper pyre. No, that was somebody's there. Can't afford to gamble. I lost everything. Baby rage. There was no job here, right? Alright, fine. Then can make some 2 hours. Might be able to make it there to get some work also. Let's see. Approach opening gate, swiftly dismount. The guard approaches you, ready to take your mount to a stable. Hello, stranger, news do you bring? Gossip for a bit? But the Howler's Dell is a large village, life here is slow. Curious locals gather around, take part in your conversation. Recently turned out that a couple of houses need to fix their roofs before winter, which won't be easy with so little time. Well, let's see. That the creek but takes a break to speak with you, apologizing for her crude appearance. Gasped for air with her hands on her knees, but looks you directly in the eyes. Honorable Paulus from Gale Rocks. Sounds like a worker. Make sure he will be opposed to the marriage rites. His village follows the rite. I need his word he'll leave his spirit behind him if he agrees. Her teeth are yellowish but healthy. He can come in the fall. We'll see how we get along. Sure. Any worker? Come on. No news to share. Come on, the different places. Should have some news. Services the guards. There we go. For one only? Come on. Half a day may get dangerous. Only for the one. Well, fine, let's go. Better than nothing. Expedition faced a few difficulties. At one point, he had to flee desperately towards safety. Tired and your clothes got torn in the process. Come on, dude. One coin gonna go down, I guess. And for one coin, you can't even like rest here properly. To make it to travel if I go that late already though. Gonna go for one coin again back to that tavern, I guess. It's gonna waste him a lot of time though to get that potion to the guy. Oh, fine, let's go. I guess getting too early to sleep yet though. Just rest. Schnaufelau. At least we can do this here, right? That's something. Clothes need no washing, clothes need repairing. Some earplugs had a few issues with a pack of howlers. His eyebrow moves away, reaches to a small box and hands you a few scraps of cotton, making a gesture of squeezing them inside an ear. Alright, that's nice. Sure will help. Sure will help. It's time. 4 hours. Let's get some exploration here, maybe. Fishing and tea drinking. Sounds good. Buildings, some of which have collapsed made of wood and now charred and rotten. Spot claw marks on the walls, especially close to the doors and window frames. They could belong to a dragonling or a large wolf, larger than the grey ones, or a corpse eater. Too many options to make a guess, yet no beast remained in sight. Find remains of clothes, furniture, odds and ends. Only one object seemed to be of use, a basket-like fish trap made of vines and willow branches. If a large fish swims into it, it won't be able to get out on its own. Can fit on the saddle. Fish trap sounds good, huh? Southeast part. The small backyard and ground is beaten. Grass grows only right next to the buildings. It would have been a fair spot for training dancers and fighters. Stakes end of the palisades are covered with playful carvings left by children who were portraying monsters, weapons, and humans. Rubble has been pushed into the corners of the houses. The furniture is broken, but you find something of use in one of the piles, a slightly rusty piece of steel. Once you pull it out, you realize it's a quarrel for a crossbow, still usable. Not that much, but fine. Main square. Now, the village main square is the fanciest area meant to charm the travelers, and yet this is way more than you expected. Houses are as big as in Hoblavan, and the paved ground took a lot of work and materials. The walls, now charred and riddled with holes, are made of an expensive coated wattle. The tiles for the roofs also had to be brought here from a different settlement. Peek inside the three smaller buildings and the rotting remains of their former splendor. Birds living in thousands of nests respond to your arrival with quite a commotion. Don't find even a single dragon bone, nor a tool or a piece of furniture left unbroken or unrotten. Surrounded by bad smells, dirt, animal droppings, and garbage. The well also stinks. It has no bucket, but you'd be afraid to use it anyway. Who knows how many birds have relieved themselves inside, how many old rats have found their death while climbing up the walls. Suddenly you hear some sounds coming from the largest building. Stop and touch your aching stomach. I think I need to peace out, but it's already too late. Step cautiously toward the scent of urine and sweat. A flickering candle light show you broken furniture, yet no signs of a burned wood. Consider pulling the other door when a masculine voice proves that your presence is not unnoticed. Didn't want it to come to this, but stay where you are. Whatever you put inside, be it a shoe, a hand, or your damn thinker, it'll get a bolt. Alright, sure. Knock strange, I'm a road warden, and you chose this place to visit. From all that there are, even outlaws don't come here. Pauses, then goes on before you respond. Maybe you're telling the truth, so let's say this. My little ballista here is all pulled and ready. Do you want to do anything stupid, right? No running, no jumping around. Show your hands. Van's voice lacked confidence, and his accent is tricky for you. Could be from distant south, but as long as you don't speak too quickly, you understand one another. Don't hear any other movements. Breathe in voices. You lean your axe against the door frame and make sure that your knife is well hidden. Don't smell urine hits you with full force, while the tools and utensils are hard to distinguish from the rubbish. The route to the upper floor is blocked by the collapsed roof and loose wooden beams. Scraps of rusting iron and steel on the ground detached from now destroyed barrels. The scavenger is sitting on the blanket in front of the tent, pointing at the floor with his loaded crossbow. Not a short man though, a bit skinny. Tanned, dark-haired, and has seen his share of struggles. Longer claw scars on his left cheek and another one that would divide his eyebrow in half if it hadn't been consumed by a fire, just like the rest of his forehead. Clothes are untainted by vanity. He is barefoot in a dirty linen shirt with rolled-up sleeves and simple pants that use a cord for a belt. A long beard and hair are untrimmed and tangled. The stairs raise hand, not that threat. The dust off the steps, but before you sit down, you hear the man's annoyed voice. Now don't get too homey. It's the only place here that's not just ashes and debris, and I'm not sharing it. You better ride ahead. I already piled up whatever hasn't rotten. Candle lights are dancing on his burnt face and arms. He moves his crossbow just enough to make sure he won't shoot you by accident. Saw your horse. Maybe you could help me, huh? What are you looking for in this place? Don't sound like you're from the north. Not sure if we want to kind of actually like stay here for long, and that's the problem. To get to know Peninsula if I'm going to patrol it, better stay away from the eastern parts. No shell rides there anyway. Even at the west and the coast have roads like moose crab. I've traveled and pedaled for years now, you know. I wait for some group to join, and here, people don't travel nor know them anything about any place. Just a waste of time, I tell you. A long pause. Listen, scratches his thighs nervously. I'm hungry, so damn hungry. I can't hunt or fish with all the ape men around. Can you share anything, Roadster? I may be a drifter, but I wouldn't beg if I had not lost my bags on the road. No, I guess we kinda have some. Food ration lets out a relieved breath. I may even boil it. After a moment of hesitation, he grabs a cracker. Without you, I would have to run after birds with my ballista. I need to save the bolts for the ape men, and because of those stinkers, I can't roast here, and raw meat makes me want to puke. Thank you. A couple of solid bites, he puts your gifts in 2 wooden bowls. Now, Roadster, he says with a full mouth, if you have questions, ask. I'll say a lot of to make you get me out of here. I want to travel, and what will you give me for my help? Let me explain first, eh? I was in Howlersdale, the closest village to the east and north, and people there are nice, you know, not like in old Bagus. They're all boring and gariber than the crow. But they cry coin for everything, a damn good coin. I left, wanted to look around the ruins, see if there's anything left, then moved to Pelt and hired the hunters to help me here. No luck, a bunch of griffs jumped my packbird. I just bought it. It spits on the floor, fast and nimble, not brave enough to listen to me when all that screeching and scratching started. So I ran away with my bags. A few fell on the ground and I pulled them here, but you see how it is. I won't travel around with a tent on my back. Taps the crossbow with his fingers. I need maybe a day more. Hey, just a day, and I'll have all the iron scrapped from the barrels so I can move forward. But I can make all my stuff alone, and without me around, the ape men are going to break in and steal all my shit. I need to stay here, but since you have a horse, come back tomorrow and help me return to Howlersdale. How about it? I just need to know that the road is safe as it can be, I mean. Exactly what we need to do? To make sure there's no danger hiding on the road from here to Howlers, or rather, I know there is some danger, but as long as you can get there and safely return, I'm sure we can handle some roaming monsters. He theatrically rubs his hands together. This ballista has hit more beast skulls than I have fingers, and I've never lost a finger, Roadster, only the toes. Maybe to prove it, he starts to count on his fingers. So see if the road there is clear, then come here tomorrow, we'll pack my stuff on your horse and move out. But don't come when it's close to evening. We're going to need 3 hours on our feet, and I won't push through the night. Even sleeping next to an ape tribe is safer, he chuckles. The soy Howlersdale? And don't make me wait for too long. I can't wait for a couple of days if I find some food, but if you don't get back, I'll have to risk it no matter what. Howlersdale, if you want to go south, you should travel to Pelt to the north. I mean, I see a point, but I've never been there. Can they afford my iron? Do they have means to pay for it? I need coins to find a handy bunch that will walk south with me, and I need a new staff, new bolts. I know the village, it's a nice people and even has a smithy of sorts. Large and safe ones seem to be rich and have enough hunters to guide you south. Can use iron to barter. Well, it's a shorter path, I guess. Fewer spawns to get surrounded by corpses. If you're sure it's the best option, fine. I'll trust the Roadster's judgment. Don't work for free. Ways to pay you, don't you worry. I can give you dragons, but I'll have to sell the iron first, so I'll need a bit of time, you see. 5 for a short escort would be plenty, I'd say. But if you want, I'll give you a secret jar of mine, a very fine mixture that scares ape-men away. It works with pebblers too. You ask if all this stench of urine is somehow related to this potion, he just winks and chuckles. I think we can make something like this ourselves, probably with our knowledge, so I guess I'll take the coins. Learn more about the villages you visited. Seem surprised. I mean, sure, don't have connections there, you know, just my eyes. Starts to hum. You know. Longer pause. When you get to Howlers, you'll meet the mayor there, for sure, Thais. And whatever you do, don't ask her where she got her coins from, eh? She's rich, stupid rich, but don't ask her how this happened. Trust me, scratches his beard with a mournful look. Fine, we escort him. Thanks, Roaster. Just come tomorrow. I'll make it worth your time. Village makes me sick. Me too. The gods and the thinker gets easier with time. If you're patient, must be the air, the smell of death and ape and piss. Fancy his stomach while laughing. No one dead around. He nods. I've seen none. People say it's been less than 10 years since the herds came here. But I don't know if anyone bothered with raising the pyres. If not, the dead are all roaming in the forest now. Clicks his tongue with frustration. Maybe that there is a walker somewhere under the debris, waiting to break through like a dragon in an egg. Looks straight at you. Aye, you better not dig. Search entire village. Came to the wrong place. Time, moisture, and the damned boars devoured all the loot. I've been here for a couple of days now, and all that's left is this iron I carried here. I was planning to get back here with some hired muscle and clear the collapsed buildings, but I doubt it's worth the time and risk. Any idea what happened here? Well, I won't guess, but I saw many ruins. There's no treasure and skeletons here, so this place means as much as dirt. Someone was barking too loud, so the beasts broke through and made them quiet again. Clicks his tongue, and that's that. Talking about nature's fury brings bad luck, don't you know? Heard about some bandits. Seen any hideouts nearby? Nah, I think they're in the north or east. I stuck into the western road and no shell bothered me. Sorry, can't help ya. Another road warden. I have never met him, but surely I heard this name many times. Vanished long before I got to the coast. At first people were asking about him, now they think he's dead. About yourself? A sullen glance. What for? I have no legacy to keep alive in tales. I may tell you this and that after you take me out of here. Alright, sure. Still have some time. You want to go outside keeping your mouth shut. After a few minutes, your eyes get clearer. Better to leave, eh? Oh, fish trap at the bank. Was it actually kind of safe here, though? I went through in this one. Does seem like it. You know what? Let's set it up here. Fish trap at the bank. Basket on the ground, grab a bowl and start digging, looking for a few larger worms. Bait the stick and push it inside the basket, locking it between the sides, then cover the entrance with the lid. Tying it together takes you a few good moments, but will be easier later on. You attach the entire trap to a bush and push it into the stream, far enough that it sinks entirely. Who knows how long it will take before something large enough swims inside. Still, it would be better to not wait for too long, otherwise the prey may die of hunger. Fish gear. Eventually. Like, is it gonna be keep on giving? That would be good. Let's open them. Throw in some dice. Last time that didn't go that well. I think we used this one to actually rest up, probably. Now we're gonna gamble with the free food then, as usual. Prepare your belongings, realize that the days are getting noticeably shorter. The closer you get to autumn, the less time you'll have before the beasts of the nights leave the lairs. No, it won't be that bad, but I better make sure to not waste too many hours. Calm, warm night. As your first sleep ends, you stretch out and prepare yourself for an active hour or two. Tend to take care of some things that must be done at least once every few days, though they are a bit more challenging than your nightly routine. Then to check on my herbs and other ingredients, rid of the plants that have failed to dry out, throw away anything that's rotten, and wash my jars before I fill them up again. I know we're kinda still full, that's good. Get the guy with us then. Scavengers. Huh? Let's check the trap. Nope, still empty. Scavengers camp. As the scavengers' hideout is open, see scraps of metal organized in piles, while the old furniture been dismantled, the loose planks and pushed into corners. Hey, Roadster, man looks tired and his beard is sticky, but he smiles at you. If you're ready, I'll start packing the tent. Don't want to wait, start putting the iron on your mount. It will be quicker. Just say the word and we can leave. Let's go. Gouger keeps asking you to watch out for beasts and wraps the sharper scraps of iron on his cape. Folding the tent, putting it on your horse takes a while, and then neither of you can sit down on the large pile of sacks and bundles. A long walk ahead of you, but for a horse it won't be much of a burden. To clear the room, you walk away. First you hear only the birds and the horseshoes, and then the man starts to whisper. Faster aim, the apes are looking at us. Don't see any proof of that. Nothing you can do about it. Forward, slow down by having to secure the bundles on the horse's back and carry your own bags. For half an hour, the man asks for a break. Even though you shared your food with him, he is not fully recovered from days of hunger, but the farther away you get from the ruins, the more cheerful and talkative he gets. Mostly speaking about what he needs to buy and how much he hated the damn place. Then the beasts show up. Without a bunch of griffins blocked a road near a pond. For you, their colorful furs and feathers don't look much different than the pack you faced in the valley days ago. There's still some distance between you and them, but it could be crossed in less than a minute. Maybe 20 beasts in sight, and this time they pay you much more attention. Spread the wings and start to screech, some making a few leaps forward. A mount is too overloaded for you to turn away and get out of their range. But to hold our ground, groans the scavenger, preparing his crossbow and dagger. What's it actually about the griffins? Did we get some more to learn about it? Aggressive jumpers there to have it to fly. Thought to protect homes as long as they're well fed. Hey, glorious. Going to bed gear. Sleep well, man. Sleep well. I'm about to go to. See a plan. Not much to plan here, just kill as many as we can, and if we're lucky, the rest will tuck their tails and scat. They won't kill it all three of us, they're just griffs. Killing one of them quickly as we can, maybe the others will flee. Then let's try. Nods and moves in front of your mount, then raises his loaded weapon, aiming at the closest creature. Ready. And then get closer. Throwing axe, not sure if it's a good idea. Just a few abreast and dash forward with a scream, hoping the arrow will land. And so it does. All it takes is a strong swing with your axe to send the creature to the ground in convulsions. Have enough time to follow up this feat, so you run at another beast, making it run away in panic. The other griffins, especially those behind you, are not so easily scared. The next minute, you slice and dice whatever you can hit, filling the air with screeches and feathers. The sheer number of opponents overwhelms you more than once, and it's difficult to keep pushing them away with your free hand. As you peek toward the scavenger, you see he's doing fairly well, jumping away whenever he lands a hit, but his short blade holds him back. You see blood coming from a few cuts through his clothes. Finally, it all ends, though not because of lack of opponents. 3 creatures you butchered are still convulsing from pain, but the others, some of them hurt, have enough strength to run away. Their will is broken, yet the pack will go on, at least for some time. Camp is on, keeps you in one piece, the man spits in the ground. The apes and ibexes bang this place day after day. He leans forward, taking a few deep breaths, then looks at you. Roaster, thought you're dumb going away like that, but we're a fine team, you and I. Laughs briefly, and let me draw my ballista and we can move forward. Smile tried to ease Horson's thoughts, better to keep moving. Not even some loot. Come on, man. And sleeve and stomach are soaked in blood, but he tells you to ignore it. Once you get close to Pell, he whistles enthusiastically. Weren't kidding, eh? What a fortress. Guards open the gate and take care of scavengers' bundles, which Horson welcomes with a dicker. Ben introduces himself quickly and asks to be brought some water from the well. Thank you, Roadster. Need to ask the innkeeper if he has any soap. Not going to chop off my damn arm. Clicks with his tongue. But like I told you, if you want your coins, you have to come back tomorrow when my pouch gets heavier. I can and would prefer to give you the potion that repels Apeman instead. It's useful, not as much in the south as it is here in the woods. Fire dragon bones. Don't worry, if anything, I can always leave them to the innkeep. I'll be here for at least a couple of days and they'll find me around. After all of my recent camping, I'm doing to spend a few hours kissing this nice strong wool. Starts to laugh and walks away, waving goodbye. Some fixing would be nice, but we kinda don't have the Stonkas now anymore. Not new. I guess we just travel and see if we can get some work here then again. That armor is not gonna survive that stuff, probably. One coin, again, securing the fields. It's not too bad at least, alright. Plus one coin, that's not bad. You can get finally full HP, and we will start saving some. Well, the problem is I need also to do the guy's quest there. The time be passing already. The spicy sausage there. Nice, nice, feels good. Spicy sausage sounds good, eh? Northeast part of the village. Bree partially moved outside of the destroyed houses, but you find nothing of value. Table, cupboards, shelves, and pieces are carefully ransacked. Wildly growing vegetables and herbs are only remnants of the abandoned gardens. Spot fresh human footprints at the entrance to the latrine, most of which lead to and from the center of the village. A set of simple tools leaned against a pile of rubble: a wooden spade and a shovel, pointed stick, hoe with a bone, and a stone axe. All of them are too old and too awkward to bother with transporting them around, and you'll know where to find them if you need them in the future. People do need some now. Open the gate. Collect tools and get to work. Cloak put away bags and satchels while horsing grazing gladly in the meadow. Looking at the pile of dirt, he let out a sigh. Start with the larger rocks, moving around them and pushing them into a single pile. Then you do the same on the other side. A simple shovel and pitchfork help you a lot, and once you get used to them, the work goes smoothly. Done before you get too tired. From now on, passing through this place will take you less time. Feels good, huh? Three pieces of bomb evading equipment to get more out of this place. And get some cleaning. No way to investigate. Alright, I guess we're good here. That's a magical investigation that I think basically. Oh, wait a second, dude. Was it in Gila Rocks I needed to find the guy? Or was it? Oh, it was in the Creeks, I think. Not Gila Rocks, alright. Different one. I need to find that too. The quest for the druid. sleep here. Should be good, eh? He's once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads. Ah, dude. Very unlucky, eh? Ask about someone. We could actually, I think. God, no, tell me about. Could we? Okay, now it's specific people, I guess, we ask about. All right. People say she's a good mayor, but she's rich from birth, so also careless. Doesn't know the struggle, the hunger and dirt, fancies her clothes more than one should. She thinks she keeps her village safe, even though it's the druids who do all the work. Looks down, but finally speaks again. She may be frivolous, but isn't stupid, and if you're smart, better keep your eyes open. Scavenger, need anything? For reward, and you shall have it. I saved my life for what's left of it, and if I could give you more, I would. But I need to pay the innkeep for bombs on my arm. You see, so here's as much as we said, 5 dragons. Other questions? Sure you stay? Not bad here, not bad at all. They bought what I could sell, but the hunters want my entire pouch for getting me south. We agreed to a lower price, but they won't just drop whatever it is they're doing to escort me. I don't care. I'll wait for a couple of days and do some chores for the innkeep. Rest from the forest. Once the hunters are done with their plans, we'll move out. Scratches his cheek and beard and finally sighs. I do feel like I've eaten the troll shit. When I landed here, I had my pile of bundles and trinkets, and now I'm starting with nothing again. Should have listened to the warnings. This land belongs to no man. About your travels, must understand you're a roadster. People ask you for help. They don't think you'll steal from them when they are in bed. Pats his bag. It's not the same when you're a drifter. They don't ask me to stay, to marry their kids, or to help them with harvest. They just ask if I plan to pay for the room or buy stuff. You talk for quite some time, though it's difficult to uncover details hidden in his tale. Claims he and his pack bird came here by boat, about which he refuses to speak. Landed just next to Gale Rocks, a large fishing village near the northern shore. People there were irritable and unwilling to idly chat with him, but opened their mouths after he helped them at the smokehouse. On sunny days, the locals hunt on the shore, and when it gets dark, they hide behind the walls guarding the fish. And when the weather goes to shit, they boil water for salt and put fish in it, then hope to the barrels. Though I don't know how, they don't have many trees around. Then they sell the meat to the villages and, places. Clears his throat for crops. I was told to stay away from white marshes, though no shell told me why. Joined a group of fish traders who were going to Old Pagus and its monastery. But I hate that place, but everyone does. He shrugs. I traded there for a bit, but the villages are cold. They spend days praying and talking on and on about their duty, and are grey like an ash worm. So left once at dawn, being by bird, and wasn't that a mistake? Was attacked by a bear-like creature, tried to run away but following his bird was a bad idea. Fell over in the thicket, so the monster had time to get to him. Hit it with a bolt wasn't enough, kicked it so it bites my leg, tears my flesh away, almost dozed off from pain. But can you believe it? That lazy bird came back and charged at it with its beak. The dagger was enough to get through the surprised animal's belly and ran away. Survived such deep wounds, the bird was patient and let me lean on it. A ballista scared the griefs away and we got to Howler's Dell. That's where I found the elders. They agreed to heal me, but only for coin, and told me it's an exception. After a few questions, you're sure that by the elders he means the local druids, held by the villagers in great esteem. They didn't want to talk with me a whole lot, said I'm impudent. His tone is filled with mockery. You hear that? Spent time with Thais, at least she wasn't so boring. You ask him about her and he's more than happy to answer. She's the mayor, so to speak, and once you get there, she'll make sure to see you. You'll know it's her. She's short and her blonde hair is straight and long. She wears dresses and rouges her cheek like a merchant. Points at the scar on his own face, which doesn't help your imagination. It's not scary at all, at least as long as you don't ask about her wealth. Tell her a joke or two, drink some mead or play dice, her laugh is something else. The hound is dead alone? It's my trade, I shouldn't tell and I won't. You already know all that you need to. About yourself, tell your stories for days, but who cares, he chuckles. Just doing my thing, moving from wall to wall, sleeping where they let me, buying what I need, selling what I can, saving dragons for later on. Used to be a sailor, people called me purist because of the, forehead. But I'm not one to push a plow or patch ship sails all day long. I don't care if a corpse eats my bones one day, as long as I can stay free for a couple of years more. I'm damn good at staying safe, or rather I was before I landed in this shithole. Touches his scarred face and smirks unpleasantly. Haven't gotten one of these in years, but it didn't take 2 weeks on the road here, and I almost lost my legs. Spent all my coin in Howler's Dell for Elder's magic. Brushes some invisible dust off his pants. Not the first time I have an empty pouch, not gonna lie, but there's no coin waiting here. Once I push all the iron to the locals, I'm moving south, though I won't ride alone, not making that mistake again. No ships can land on this coast. Well, he tilts his head on the right and gives you a distrustful look. Be patient and take your time. You can get the gale rocks from the sea in a light boat or a raft or something that can avoid the rocky teeth. Sure, no hope for a ship or any trade, but with some help you can do it. But don't tell anyone I told you this. Don't get significantly colder. It's not something people should talk about. Sure. We good. We good. It works, sounds like chat reconnecting. I guess the connection was fine though. I guess, mostly. Alright, so... just realized kinda getting later there already. Good. No, got some kind of progress, even though it doesn't really feel like it was that much of it. To go find where that potion is, man. The dolmen. That's gonna be a pain one. Because of the south road. There's like only like this place really left. To the east, and that sounds like some painful place to be in, so I'm not so sure. Kinda need to, I guess, though. I will kinda need to. Alright, let's get to the camera. Get to the camera. Get the sleepy preparations, Shall they? Shall we get the sleepy preparations? Alright. We'll continue. And maybe even tomorrow. I mean, depends on the timer. Maybe tomorrow I will do some more also. Might. Let's go. Music. Get the night part ready. Alright. Camera. And the microphone. Alright, juggling the microphones. Alright, let's go. There goes the plan about a bit earlier bed there. Looks like. Never lucky. Never lucky. Alright, let's go. Into the darkness. The window is closed. That's a rare one. Someone closed. Kinda cold already. Kinda cold already. Surely tomorrow can sleep early on, and tomorrow is not gonna be early probably. Tomorrow might actually be even very late. Even the timer goes, gonna be actually late. Gonna be a late one. No, I just need in the morning some time to get some emails sorted out a little bit. That's pretty much it. I sleep well, PHP sleep well. About to go too. I need to tell my friends here and buy some toothpaste. It's gonna be over before the Subathon is over. Probably. some insane musicas that are going. Fitting much. There we go. Time to get some sleep again. Time to get some sleep again. Alright. Let's go back to darkness. Alright. Done. Alright, get the camera in position. And put the time. Transmission is going. It's going. Hopefully not gonna crash. Happens sometimes for some reason. Some quality development, dude. Just fucking crashes. Not to mention it doesn't even work as intended. For months already, but at least it somewhat works at least. Thankfully. Alright, we turn this off. Alright, good. Get the timers off, switch categories. And we good. Right, pause. And pause. Good. Category switch. Alright, so let's see. What do we have there? So we have basically 72, 85, pretty much 86 already, and well, almost 10, so almost 96, a bit less, 95.9540 basically. So yeah, like 4 hours 20 minutes, little 420, and yeah, 100 hours will be in. Then we get the 24-hour with no sleep. And tomorrow is gonna be a big release. I think I am already gonna wake up. I'm gonna start around 9 a.m. the timer. So yeah, it's gonna be enough time. In any case, it's gonna be enough time already for that release to happen. It's already gonna be there. But it's big, it's nice. So yeah, gonna be some quality gaming tomorrow. Maybe we'll get that 100, and then we're gonna go even longer. So yeah, that is going to be all for us today then. For today, what release? A secret release. I can't say yet. I can't say. So you're gonna be interesting. So yeah, gonna be all for us today. Gonna be, well, I might be kind of already, like up and get the reality TV going a bit earlier. We'll see. At the PC a bit earlier, because I will need to deal with a bit of emails. But yeah, I guess like timer and stuff will resume like at 9 a.m. or something, probably tomorrow, most likely. So yeah, gonna be back around 9 a.m. CEST basically, give or take. Gonna be First Look Friday, gonna start with some of the old stuff, maybe actually some Dawn of Warring, maybe Endless Legend, we'll see. And then I have like a couple of new games. And then I have the Titan Quest new update with new arc that they added. I'm gonna do a bit of that, and then it's gonna be that new big release, the big thing. So yeah, gonna do that all tomorrow. Gonna do all that tomorrow. That's the plan for now. Well, if we get again into the night, gonna do some Road Warden then. Some Road Warden will happen, absolutely. So yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow, and yeah, hope I'll see you guys there then. I have just a few hours, just a couple of hours already left until 100. Then it's gonna be a big 24-hour stream too. And all the incentives done. That will be a big good. That will be a very feels good, man. So yeah, thank you once again for all the support, subs, resubs, followers, donors, gifties. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening. Sleep well if you're going. I sure am going. And yes, see you all tomorrow. Love you all. Bye bye.
cold outside, I imagine that you're here on my couch, lovely patient. When it's rains and beyond, and I miss you. I take pics where we kiss, and I'm with you. Those were carefree times for the long backyard, and we ran away like hell. Where's the old tree house? I won't forget this, I'll never step that glass. Those were carefree times for the long backyard, and we ran away like hell. Where's the old tree house? I won't forget this, I'll never step that glass. Forever. Forever, 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 when it's cold outside, I imagine that you're here on my couch, lovely patient. When it's rains and beyond, and I miss you. I take pics where we kiss, and I'm with you. Those were carefree times for the long backyard, and we ran away like hell. Where's the old tree house? I won't forget this, I'll never step